All right, you can collect and sell our piss on patreon.com/readyloading slash transxp TTRPG.
Would you tell me to say
Yeah, that
loading
was-
ready run?
Yeah,
that was definitely a sentence.
All right. One more second. We can cut this.
Not sponsored.
We can cut this out. All right. We'll cut it out.
What do you mean cut this out? This
Hashtag nut sponsored. We just removed Ace.
what the fuck? What are you doing?
Okay, we're cycling through all of them,
Weird.
clearly.
Is clearly just taking.
Hi,
the
welcome
piss
in,
right
everyone.
now.
Thanks for coming to the post-mortem stream.
Cat.
This is the first time we've come
nice try. Nice try, Cat.
in. This is the first time we've come in.
God.
Why doesn't everyone introduce themselves?
No, fuck you.
All right. Well, Silver isn't talking for the rest of the stream.
Don't mute me, you fucking motherfucker.
I can and I will.
You're so rude.
Sorry, chat. I need at least 5 subs to unmute Silver.
No. We are not extortioning
Oh my God,
our
one
our
for
viewers.
each of us. One for each of us. There's 5 of us. One for each of us. You know?
Oh my God, I'm gonna put you all in jail.
Silver over here, like, we're not extorting our viewers unless they're into it, but no.
Yeah, it's like, now, however, if you're looking for a Findom, that is a different story, baby.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
My name is Kat, otherwise known as KatNBows. I am your GM today, and forever and always. Azure,
In bed.
Okay.
who are you? What are you doing in my house?
Do we have music playing? Do we have like the?
No, I'm not hearing any.
Okay, well,
Do
I'm
you wanna
sorry if these were set up for.
No, you're fine. I'm saying like
Not-
let's
Yeah,
while
I
we're
can-
here.
I can
let's-
add the goddamn music.
Yeah, we put on some tunes.
Yeah, might as
mean-
well.
I gave you music. Do you want some more?
I have the theme.
Yeah. Diorities.
I'm sorry.
There it is.
Diorities.
All right.
Whoop.
But just welcome in, everybody.
Mhm.
Presumably, the majority of you that are here that have already watched the series, but we have.
If
Just
not,
in case, spoilers.
yeah, listen, there are people that are fine with spoilers and everything, so I know some people that actually really like knowing spoilers beforehand because it actually makes them interested in watching a show. I'm not like that. I generally like to keep spoilers away unless does the dog die? Stuff like that. I'm like, hey, I would like to know that before I set on an emotional journey with this show, so stuff like that I'll want to know in advance, but otherwise.
No, the dog does not die.
Yeah.
Much
There
to
is no-
Doug's
there's-
Yeah,
story.
let's just lightly persuade our audience away from the entire John Wick series then.
Ooh,
Oh.
that right in the heart. How could you do this, Azure?
Look, I
The
gave
dog
you a
hasn't died
warning.
yet.
It's not my fault. You knew what it
Dove.
meant.
Dove, no, no dogs are dying. Well,
Wow.
listen. I immediately went, well, Kane, but
Yeah,
Give
there
it
is a
about,
TikTok of Kane dying.
Give it about
Kane-
60 or 70 in-game years.
yeah,
There is definitely a possible. I don't know how possible it is, but I can fathom there is at least a situation where Fang turns Kane.
okay, but it actually doesn't that like not fucking work though? Because
It's really
he's a
fucking
werewolf.
bad. There are things that happen. They're called
Yeah.
abominations.
Do they like retain their faculties? Like what happens?
I don't know a ton about them, to be perfectly honest. I just know that
Cool.
it's really bad and really not a good idea.
Why don't you
All
ask
right,
Doug,
make it up
who's in the
then. You're the
chat?
DM.
Yeah, Dove,
God.
what do you know about vampire werewolf hybrids?
Yeah.
Oh, if it's something bad, I'm sure Dove knows everything about it.
Exactly. See, it's not a
Smart thing. It's smart thing.
Consider it.
Very safe.
See, point proven.
Yeah. I didn't think it would be a good thing. Although, like, the thing is also, you know, if you're a World of Darkness purist, we are not quite the show for that, because we definitely have our own lore that we create for stuff. So,
You
You
do
know.
know you're Yowie.
Welcome to the club.
yes, we know you do. Nobody is surprised by that. Actually, okay, I didn't have any particular structure for this, but we could start by talking about character arcs that happened throughout season 1. If we would like, we could go down the line of each of our characters.
Before we do that, we should
Yeah.
probably introduce ourselves. Kat
We
did it,
did.
and then the
I
rest of us
was
didn't.
trying to get y'all to introduce yourselves.
Well, it's because we got
But
distracted.
y'all were
Don't
being
worry, chat.
rats.
We're here to bring you an entire session of your favorite part of the streams. The part where we get easily distracted and have random conversations at the start.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
We don't have any of that campaign nonsense in the way. You get just the content you came here for today.
You get the
And-
cutout
and-
content, basically.
this is basically
This is the stuff that like is in every single episode, but always ended up on the cutting room floor, so
Yeah,
nobody
this-
heard
this
any
is-
of this.
This is all
Yeah,
of the
truly.
things that Mitha has saved you from.
Yeah, truly.
yeah,
These are
yeah.
the these are the
saved. This is what they want.
Yeah,
this is
they're
the
a bunch of degenerates,
neurodivergent
aren't
like
they?
yeah, this is all the neurodivergent like side tangents that we would go on. I was gonna let you guys know what.
Well,
Look,
since,
we're talking about character death. Dove is into it.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, since Kat introduced herself, I guess we can just go down the line from left to right.
Let's go left to right. Ace, go.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Kurayami. I am a Hellhound that escaped from hell and a variety streamer over on Twitch and YouTube. I use he, they pronouns. I am chronically ill and terminally online, and I play the character KatNBows.
Whoa. He's got
Apparently,
that shit on lock.
also according to the captions, you're the internet's girlfriend. So I'm sorry
I
for
saw that.
misgendering.
I mean, listen.
Captions misgendering me.
Is that why Fang called him baby girl?
Hey. Be girlfriend, but you know, in a boy way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know how there's a boyfriend who looks like a girlfriend who looks like a boyfriend who looks like a girlfriend.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
imagining Tony Kane is driving, Tony's just in the passenger seat and just looks over. He's like, "So, why does Fang call you baby girl?" Kane is just like, "Hey, Tony, how about we talk about something else now?"
How about we
Oh my
talk
God,
about
shut
literally
the
anything
fuck up.
else?
Okay, Silver, your turn. Introduce yourself, you goddamn freak.
Yeah. Wow. Violent language. Jesus Christ.
Respectfully.
Fuck
Oh
you,
my
fuck
God.
you, fuck you. Go.
Rude. Okay. Yeah. Hi. I guess. Jesus Christ.
I'm not her, but I'll take a message.
Okay. Shut the My name's Silver, pronouns he, him. I play Fang in this series. Our creature of the night that is quite literally pure creature and nothing else, baby. Which you'll be finding out
J.K.
more.
Rowling sense.
Ew, no. Why would you say such a thing?
Most
Anyway.
vampires are much better than J.K. Rowling. That's saying something.
Yeah.
It's also really sad still. But anyway.
Anyway, yeah, I stream stuff sometimes.
Relatable.
Listen, it's rough out there. I mean, I honestly, more recently, I've been streaming Date Everything. Although I don't know if I'll play it again because I was really just after the two.
The two hot boys.
Yeah,
The two
Volt and
breaker
Eddie.
box boys.
Yeah, I was really just
those
after
two,
Volt
yeah.
and Eddie, and I romanced them too quickly, and I was like, well, now what do I do? So I don't know. We'll see if I. But honestly, I have been thinking about maybe playing more like dating sim games. Obviously, gay ones specifically.
Yeah.
So I was like, that could be kind of fun. So, but I need them to have like voice acting because my dyslexia and everything. But anyway, yeah.
Hi, I'm MithaVT.
Yeah.
I'm a druid tigress VTuber. I'm a furry that runs the internet. I'm a variety streamer who loves retro games, TTRPGs, and indie games. I'm a video editor, and I'm all about making unapologetically trans and queer punk content. I'm furry and very LGBT as a lesbian trans woman. Azure, go!
Hello, I'm Azure. I'm also known as Pyrostyle or Azure Raccoon, and I play Tony in this frantic and chaotic little campaign. And
God, we love
I
Tony.
just like to be here to assist in the streams and mod and do funny things.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
You definitely do funny things.
Oh yeah, check out our TikToks.
Oh yeah, Azure does
Not
our
sponsored.
TikToks and our shorts and stuff, and highly
They're so
recommend
good.
watch them. They're so funny. Azure's gotten so good at editing so
You know,
quickly those
guys,
things.
I've
Like,
been looking at the analytics, and it's a little strange that all the ones that do really well are the ones that mention Fang and Kane doing things. It's interesting.
listen, the internet is very much Dove and the
They're
internet. I think
degens.
are two parts of the same whole because I think they love gay shit. What can-
Yes.
Dude, I also
exactly.
rewatch those shorts all the time.
Hey, they're great. I love them.
Yeah,
I
I
love them
might
so
sometimes
much.
watch them on loop.
Yeah, I do too. They're great.
Oh, that explains where some of the views are coming from. I'm kidding.
Can you blame me?
No, not
I mean,
at all.
No, of course not. No, Azure's gotten so good at it.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
also,
we've done
like-
our.
Big round of applause for Mitha editing. You know, all like
Yes.
20
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
21
plus episodes.
Yeah.
I know the postmortem ones, but I don't know how. Yeah, big round of applause,
Depending on how
especially with the
you
last episode,
count.
having to subtitle it. Subtitle
Yeah.
some of like, oh, I
There's
have
a
to
last
subtitle some
episode
shit,
got
and it takes time. So big thank you and round of applause to Mitha. Let's all hear everybody. I'm clapping.
Yeah, I
I
definitely
don't know
think
if it
Mitha's
picks
job
it
is the
up.
hardest out of all of ours.
Uh,
Mhm.
yeah,
Oh,
she
boy.
certainly takes a lot of time.
I'm
Just take
very
the praise
glad
and
that we
compliments,
found
Mitha.
a better solution.
Yeah, which
Yes,
we'll be
I'm-
testing next time.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to testing out the new solution.
Yeah.
Because, oh my god, it was so bad on episode 20.
So I
Yeah.
have, I guess if there's a meaning of structure, I kind of want to start with where the idea for this campaign kind of came from, even.
God. Yeah.
And what I remember was you sending me that one video, Silver, about
which one?
how Vampire the Masquerade should be a mafia story.
Yes. That was one of the things that I sent to you. But actually we'd already kind of decided that we wanted it to do it that way before. But it was one of those things of while we were in discussions of things, I was like, this works really well because it feels like this kind of fits with exactly what Vampire the Masquerade is, you know? And it was somebody who was basically doing somebody who was doing an analysis of like Vampire the Masquerade as a game.
Your audio just
and-
cut out.
Ah!
I heard the first part of that explanation. We just missed the last little bit.
What the fuck? Is my audio back?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you
Yeah.
now. Just
Oh.
can you repeat the ending?
I was just saying that basically we were discussing like how, because we were already talking about, actually, I don't know why I decided on, because I know I sent that video after we had already decided on doing like Blood of the Triad. You know what it is, actually? It's just a lot of these things, by the way, are just like, especially for Vampire the Masquerade, was very like self-indulgent of like, I was like, yes, a gay, it's like it's basically a BL trope, right? Of like a gay like a gay boy who's like the heir
Comes from a
to
small
like
city and moves into the big city.
no.
Yaoi and vampires are just such an easy combination.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, they're also especially like mafia stuff, and like I mean, it's more specifically. Oh, where are you?
Sorry.
going?
Grab my iPad.
Fang,
Sorry.
you need to keep Fang, you need to keep your dog on a leash.
I was literally gonna say, I was like, need to get
Dog
the
wants to
leash
draw.
out. Clearly,
Dog need to grab my iPad. Dog
okay,
is
okay.
sorry.
You did not lock yourself in like you said you did. Clearly,
I did. It's just so I can't move myself, but like
Oh
with
my
my mouse
God.
by accident. But my model
Oh.
is so wiggly. I'm so sorry. I'll stop moving. I'll just eat my sandwich and stop moving.
Sit, boy,
stay.
Good job.
We did the same job.
I'm sad.
Good. Good puppy. But yeah, basically, like my motivation, my very selfish motivation, was wanting to be a gay boy that are raccoons dogs. I don't think so.
No. They're decently close.
I wanted to basically do like the because I think what's interesting to me, and a lot of the times when I create characters anyway, everybody has like different motivations and like reasons why they make certain characters and what they do when they create characters and stuff like that. A lot of the time I have like a dynamic I want to explore, and a number, and this was, I got super into it because there was the son of like a mafia like style group, although it's the Triad, and him also being particularly femme was also really something that I valued and was interesting to me, and him being trans, right? But him also like very much wanting to actually follow in the footsteps, and he does want to take over the Triad eventually. Like, so he subverts a lot of like stereotypes, you know, while in like a lot of ways, because a lot of times even these stories, a lot of the times they will want the guy who's like gonna take over for the mafia group or whatever in these stories. A lot of times he's like, I don't really want to do it. I actually want to be a good person. Fang's like, no, I fully want to take this over, actually. And with him being like particularly femme, you know, and he's trans and gay, like, you know, that made for already subverting a lot of tropes that I thought was really interesting. But the main like motivator, if you will, was that I wanted, oh my god, he's off to the side again.
I'm so sorry. I forgot a thing. I had to go grab it.
Oh my god. The puppy really can't sit still. Jesus Christ.
He got them zoomies.
Clearly.
I do have some zoomies. My meds wore off.
Yeah. But I one of the main things that like you end up finding out near the end of the season, right, is that Fang actually was never human at any point. And I was really interested in exploring, like, okay, what does it mean to have never been human? You know, what are the thought patterns? What is the way that somebody views the world when they have never been human? And like, one of the things that you see is like Fang's view of family is very particular. Like he
Broken?
Well, no, like it's he
I would
doesn't
say idealistic, but not broken.
Yeah, idealistic is very much what I would use to. Like he views anybody that is said to be part of the family. He's like, yeah, he just immediately accepts them as part of the family. Like,
So his view of family is more nurture than nature.
yeah, because he doesn't. I don't even know if he completely understands the concept outside of that. Like, his dad was like, "These are your brothers." He went, "Yay, brothers!" Like that was what it was, right? And then Barati is like his cousin, so he sees her as his cousin. Now, does Barati necessarily see him in the same way? And also, like, do the rest of the family necessarily see him the same way? The thing is like they had families before, right? They were human at one point, and so for Fang, he's never had that. His family is just the family that he's had. There was no other family, right? His dad is actually his dad. You know, he's not. I mean, he's technically his sire, I guess, but like he's more his dad than anything else. you know? And the same thing with his Mappa. Like, he has a really bad relationship with them, you know? But, like, they are still a parent of his. And so he sees all these people as still his family. And I really enjoyed coming at things from that direction. I thought it was really interesting to explore, like, a character that is both, you know, like, strong and, like, a leader type, but also has, like, some real naivete to him, you know, some idealism. Like, even, here's the thing that's, like, crazy, right? Like, he, despite everything that Gabriel did to him, he still sees him as his brother, which you see in the conversation that he has with Kane at the very end of the last episode. And, like, there's stuff that, like, I've talked to Kat about it, and I still would like to do something like this. Is, like, maybe a flashback episode where you get to see, like, what Fang meant when he said, like, that Gabriel was a brother to him at one point, you know? Because that's truly also what Fang is holding on to. It's, like, a version of him that did exist at one point, but things change for XYZ reason, and, like, you know, Fang doesn't necessarily know
Holding
why.
on to the memory of him rather than how he is now.
Yeah, which, like, listen, as queer people, we are very familiar with that, right? Like, parents that treated us different before we came out, and then holding on to the hope that you can get that back. You know, like, there's a lot of parallels between, like, I take inspiration, obviously, from, like, both personal experiences, but also, like, experiences of friends and stuff like that. And one of the main things that I definitely wanted, that I was glad the Cat was, like, on board for, was I did want him to have a good relationship with his dad. You know, like, there's some complexities that will be developed. We didn't get to them this season, but we probably will next season, of, like, some stuff that make their relationship more complicated. But I wanted there to be, at the core of everything, despite choices that either character might make, I did want him to have a loving relationship with his father, you know, and vice versa. That was one thing that, like, I asked to be, because I wanted that to be, like, an important anchor for him, you know. But outside of that, like, he's a fun character because he's the oldest vampire of everybody, you know, but he's also, like, so painfully 21 sometimes, like, so painfully 21.
You laugh, but there is a retail chain called Forever 21, and that's what I'm chuckling about to myself.
Yeah, Forever 21, literally. But that's, like, an interesting
Forever
thing that you see with,
21
like,
being a store owned by a vampire turned where they're 21. It's a much more
Hey.
important story.
Hell yeah. But yeah, I loved a lot of, like, Fang is probably one of my favorite characters that I've ever developed for a TTRPG. I think, like, by far. Also, like, his sexuality was a big thing. Like, I wanted his transness to be there, like, and it's there in more subtle ways, you know, like some of the ways that his brothers, you know, treat him a little bit, but I didn't want it to be like it's more based around misogyny, specifically for, like, Gabriel, for example. And, you know, they are kind of bro-y and stuff like that. Like, they still love him and use the right pronouns for him and everything. But there is very much a little brother vibe / little sister vibe, which I was like, this is actually a conversation that I think me and Kat had a little while ago. I don't know, the rest of you guys can, I would love to hear your opinions on this too. But I've been watching somebody who, like, on TikTok, that was discussing, like, their experience of being trans. And they were like, you know, they had to bring their mother to the hospital at one point. And, you know, he was taking down info and he was asking questions and everything. And the doctor or nurse, I'm not sure which one, but whatever, was like, oh, I'm so surprised that, like, you're, you know, oh, you're such a good son. Like, you know, usually it's like, I only see, like, daughters coming in here and, like, taking, like, such good care of their mothers and like making sure that to note everything down and stuff. And and he was talking about how like, I am a trans guy and I am a guy, but I am a daughter, and that hasn't changed. And I was like, I fully get what they were saying, where it's like the role that you take within your family doesn't necessarily even have to change, like it's okay for it not to. It's okay for you to still take that role within your family and for that to be like something that you don't have to like relinquish it, right? Like you can still have those things that you grew up with. And I think I feel the same way. Like I don't feel like the role that I had in my family changed. Like I was the one that was expected to chop wood and and bring it to the wood pile. I live in the middle of a forest for the record, and we lose power often. So during the winter, like there are often times where we have to warm our house with wood, with like fire and stuff. So I was
Canadian things.
Yes, it's truly. But I had to do that, and like that was before it came out, and it didn't change when I came out. Now it changed when my disabilities got worse, but but basically like those are roles that I had in the family already. Like I was the one that played football with my dad when I was younger, and that didn't change when I got older, whether I transitioned or not. Like there are things that like the role that I took within the family, the things that I did within the family didn't change because my gender changed, And so I think like, although I liked that approach, and I think that was kind of my way of being like, a lot of the times there's very like cut and dry versions of what transness means. What does it look like? It means completely rejecting your gender roles and your gender that you were assigned at birth, and then completely encompassing your new gender identity. But like, number one, when somebody's gender identity isn't binary, how the fuck does that work, right? And then also, even when it is, like, it's more complicated than that. And I think that I'm glad that there's like waking up to that a bit, like that people are being given more grace in that understanding of transness, because it feels
I will cut you off here, Silver, or else you will talk for the next 5 hours.
You're correct.
I was sort of trying to think of like what would be a good graceful point to do this.
No, you're fine. You can just stop me at any point.
I felt we were getting a little too off topic from the game and just into trans theory, so that's why I made that decision.
Okay, I will wrap up just by saying that basically, like, it was relevant to the story, because basically all I was saying was like essentially like I wanted that to be relevant to Fang.
Yeah.
Like he still takes that role within his family, and it doesn't negate his gender identity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly. Something to kind of bounce off what you were saying is like the main idea that I wanted to talk about in this story was family. That was kind of the encompassing direction theme
of this coterie,
of the Triad, of the queer community that is like your family, like the family that
is the stream stuttering for anybody else or just me?
No.
Let me refresh, because it is for me, but then again I just have a laggy stream in general. Oh, it's fixed. Okay. I just refreshed.
Everyone good?
Worked for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the family that Mitha's what's the word? Mitha's like human family, and how they very directly came into the story, as well as...
You're talking about Christina specifically.
Yes. Sorry. I conflate.
There's a difference.
Names. Yes. Yours is Christina's family are supportive.
Yes. Mitha's are not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're sorry, dear.
I mean, my mother actually called me by name recently. The correct name.
Oh,
28
congrats.
years later.
Oh, yeah.
And like both Silver and my therapist are like, "How are you handling that?" And my response was, "I'm mad that it's been 28 years." Anyway,
Yep.
you were saying, Kat.
And then even like Tony was kind of the most disconnected from this theming, but even within, you know, there was a lot of like things that were happening on the outside, and then the people that were working in Tony's pawn shop, and kind of like I almost felt like he was like a weird uncle to them, you know.
Yeah.
Kind of,
He had his
So
reasons.
Grunkle.
Yeah.
and like, but also he was tied into the family of the coterie and the family
Yeah.
of all those types of things, and
Mhm.
he doesn't have as much. I mean, this is something you can speak to, Azure, but like personal ties. But I guess also something you could say is, Crumb.
He did not appear to have as many visual ties to the coterie or the story that was going on.
But if you look at like how the story ended with Crumb, like that's his child, you know.
Yeah.
The way he very desperately, you know, killed someone and drained them of their blood so that he could give all of that blood to Crumb.
I don't know if I would call it desperate. I think I would say it more of just a Tony treating it with urgency rather than, this is something I'll get around to.
Exactly.
Like Tony actually taking something seriously and being like, all right, this is a problem that I have to address right now.
Yeah. But you know, you could say that Crumb is what is kind of your personal family in that kind of way, and the way that so many pets are people's family, you know, like it's such a common line that people say is like, if you like the people that are like, if you will not accept, this is like, parents will ask their children for grandbabies, and you're like, the dog's right here, or the cat's right here. Can you not see the resemblance? I birthed him.
Made of my parents.
That
Do you not see my
feeling.
4 cats? I have enough children.
Yeah,
Expensive enough.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so, you know, that's kind of what to kind of talk about where this story came from in my mind. Mitha, do you want to talk about where Christina's story and like kind of what hooked you into this storyline and what?
Well, okay, separate questions. Where did Christina come from? Okay, Christina was based on a number of different real life friends that I have had over the years. The girl who comes from a Native American family that is very much assimilationist and homophobic, that was one person. The girl who comes, the trans girl who comes from a family with a gay dad and a lesbian mom who only got married to have kids, is another friend who is a real person, and Kat has met this person.
Yeah.
And I sort of meshed them together a bit. There's also little bits of me in there, of course, but like the whole thing about the obsession with an RTS game 100 years ago. Oh, and so fun fact, the whole she's a coder, it was actually me. I'm not a coder. That was actually based on yet another person. Yeah, but it's like, this is sort of how I create characters. I sort of base them around ideas and concepts from people that I know, and I sort of blend them together in a new way.
That works.
Yeah.
What was the other half of that question, Kat?
What was the themes and what hooked you into this story, and like what were you going for with your character? Like what was your Alan-Sod in the beginning of the story? What were your goals? That kind of thing.
So one thing that I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler, chat. Being the low information character came from, I am new to Vampire the Masquerade.
Yeah.
I did a fair amount of like reading and stuff going into this, but like this was also sort of I am the new person to this game system, and I'm sort of coming at the entry level.
Oh, I was also a new person.
Yep, we all were actually.
Except for me.
Ironically enough.
I'm just noob to just playing in general.
And don't worry, Mitha. I spent the most time explaining the rules to Silver.
Ah!
I mean, from what I cut, that is actually, I can verify that.
No!
Damn.
Airing out my laundry? What the fuck?
So
also
how does
had
it
the
feel that
You also had the most unique questions to ask. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
That's a good point. I was
Silver,
fucking
how
shut
does
up,
it
so.
feel that there's a toggle to expose you both in your streams and here?
Yeah, this one ain't a toggle though. Y'all just rip that shit off for free randomly. At least on mine it costs something. Fuck.
And
We got him, gang.
I had one other thing going into the creation of Christina, and that was the theme of what does it look like to be a trans person in 2099?
Mhm.
In sort of a
Better,
cyberpunk.
hopefully.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully.
I mean, I think we pretty
it's-
clearly said that it was. Like, it didn't come up a ton, but, like, another...
I actually think trans life is better if it doesn't need to come up as much. If it doesn't take
Exactly.
over as much as your life. Like, all of her transition, coming out, pre-op, post-op, everything was before the show even starts.
Yeah.
And she even had a little bit of...
I was going to say, and she got transition, like, treatment fairly young, I believe.
Yeah. It's because she had a supportive family.
Yeah.
And she was in a, well, let's face it, a blue state.
Yeah.
And I actually imagine that she went and had her GCS done in Montreal. And that was an element I actually borrowed from myself because, of course, I went to GCS in Montreal.
Yeah.
I actually, as we were preparing this campaign, I actually showed everybody here, except for maybe Ace, photos from that trip. And
I think I went
actually,
to GCH. Sorry. I think that's where I got top surgeries at GCH as well.
Yeah, you probably did.
In Montreal, yeah.
in fact, I don't even think the place where I had the procedure done still exists in Montreal because my understanding was it got firebombed.
Oh shit.
Clinique
What?
Chirurgie Esthétique.
Hold on, I'm googling this shit.
Yeah, what do
I
you mean?
mean-
Huh?
I'm working off secondhand information. That may not be accurate, but it was Clinique de Chirurgie Montreal by Dr. Menard and Bressard. Now, my understanding is Menard retired. Bressard still owns the place, but now has taken on additional, like, surgeons.
Okay.
So if you can figure that out, yeah, that was something that somebody told me.
Holy shit.
Zoom
Okay.
call.
Thanks.
Ah. I hate when there's ads on websites. Sorry.
That's what
I got-
ad blockers for, my son.
I know. I got. I'll just go. Okay. I'll
The
go
other
take
thing
care
that I
of
was
it.
focused on with Christina was, what does it look like to actually have a supportive family?
Mhm. Just sad that that's a concept a lot of us are unfamiliar to.
It's completely unfamiliar to me. Anyway, have somebody else talk for a bit.
Alright.
Azure.
This stream is not sponsored.
No, not sponsored.
Where is the sponsored? What?
I don't know.
I mean, technically, it is sponsored by you guys if you donate to us.
Yeah, sponsored by you fuckers. Points at the chat.
All our viewers, fuckers.
Oh,
like
I don't
it.
know. Dove is
They like-
definitely a
they
fucker.
like to be bullied, let's be honest. They're here.
All right.
Dove is definitely a fucker.
Dove specifically.
Dove
Dove
does
specifically.
fuck, I think.
Yes.
But yeah, what was the character conceit, and like what were your thoughts going into the game for Tony? Azure.
I know at first I just had a lot of ideas to make Tony just this type of gremlin, and like I know most of it at first was based off of hang on, let me poke the caption thing to.
And this is why we're replacing the captioning system.
Yeah, this is one of the
Yeah.
reasons.
Mhm.
I mean, unfortunately, for actually fully live, like, we're still gonna have to use VOD Ninja because it's kind of the only bitch.
Only bitch in the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you
Yeah.
at least if you want them separated.
Yeah. Well, again,
Yeah,
unfortunately, it does provide more
I'm
clarity.
not sure what the full delay on the stream is, but it seems to be
I see it working on my end.
like incredibly more delayed than it was a little while ago. But anyway, yeah. I think the concept of Tony started as like a joke of like, hey, what if you played a gangrel that turned into a raccoon? And I was like, I like this. I'm going to explore this idea. Then I had to come up with someone who was like conceivably greasy and like weird enough to be that kind of person. And then I came up with Tony. And like Tony just became a name that we liked saying. So I was like, I'm going to go with Tony. The other part, his Tony Grungler Granger came from that other meme of like, that was, I don't know, some turf was trying to make fun of someone, or it was like, I don't even have the joke memorized on command. Man, I'm losing it.
Something about going about hanging around.
Oh, it
with
was
a bunch
something
of,
about men will tell women they're bisexual, and they'll go home writing a hit piece, and it's like, oh, we need to bring back standard beauty standards, and like meanwhile the guy is at home talking to a bunch of Discord transsexuals being like, I'm the Grungler, and that's just where it came from. And of course Kat had to give me at least some leeway of coming up with a legitimate name that sounded something like it. So she came up with Granger, and I was like, you know what? I like it. And then we had to come up with the insane way of how Tony was brought into the fold of the Gangrels, and he's just like, oh, he runs a pawn shop, and he probably beat up one of the like weaker spawn. And Kat was like, you know, vampires are significantly stronger than humans, though, right? And I'm like, yeah, but this is the crazy guy who keeps a lighter and a can of like hairspray in his pocket. Like, I think he can take him. And sure enough, that was Tony's origin story.
And that's how we came up with Tony's homebrew hack of him being. I think you have 2 powers that make you good at dealing with fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he gets he gets like 2 bonus dice to resist frenzy with fire,
Yeah,
I think,
Rorschach.
or it's either resisting fire, frenzy, fear, or it's like healing from fire is a lot easier.
You have both of those, I believe.
Yeah, both of those. But
Those are
yeah,
2 separate
throughout the
abilities.
whole campaign, Tony's story is more of just he tends to come off as like an observer, as like someone who just happens to be involved in this. And like I tried very hard to make it like subtle what his involvement in things were, but also not so subtle that it was just like, oh, Tony's here because I want to play this game and I need to be linked to the group somehow. I felt like there were some moments that were better at others than that Tony was like playing the just the on purpose idiot of just like, it's just like, oh, I don't want anything. I'm just here to help. Like, I'm just here to, like, he really didn't have a lot of ulterior motives, but the fact of just how he came off as just, oh, I just want to do vampire things and do my own things. It was so incredibly suspicious to some of the stronger vampires that they just automatically saw him as a threat. And like, he is a threat, but at the same time, it's mostly just like he wants to keep to his little corner. As long as no one threatens that, he is content to just sit in his little shack and play his little mortal vampire games and just be like, ah, yes, I have what I want.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this
Mario
isn't,
Kart in the back room.
this isn't the archetype of Tony, but it's the exact same vibes of when you're talking to a country lawyer and they just go, "I'm just a simple country lawyer." It's like,
I'm just a simple country lawyer. Or like when they try to make a deal beforehand and be like,
yeah.
we don't want to get off on the wrong foot. Let's just make this nice and easy, and we'll make things easy for you. And then they come out and be like, this client deserves the worst possible punishment.
Lovely.
There were some moments where I was really happy to be just Tony learned something incredibly vital and he just like plays into it, or he keeps quiet. He's just like very much people will make him suspicious offers and he'll be like, it's just like, oh, I really need to think about this. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, or I don't want, and like he uses that and just like, I don't know what your angle is, but I'm gonna be neutral with you for right now. And it's like once I figure out what your deal is, it's like I'm gonna have a lot more power. He very much tried to do that with I forget her name, the woman that was
Mary Abbott.
Mary. He tried to do that with Mary Abbott, but it became such a thing of like, hey, we're gonna deal with this right now, that Tony had like no time to like plan anything, and it was just like, all right, we have effectively put a hole in our own ship while simultaneously dealing with a fire. All right, let's deal with this.
To be fair, like Mary Abbott mind fucked Christina.
To be fair, you kept digging, and like that's
Yeah.
not your fault. Like Christina was suspicious of.
Yeah, no.
Christina was suspicious of this woman, and that's valid. It's like I'm not upset at you for doing that. It made the story more interesting. I'm saying in Tony's eyes, it's just like I wish these people around me would just play smarter and not try to take on the whole world,
Yeah.
knowing what we could be up against. Like he's thinking that in his head. He'd be like, I am so frustrated with these people right now. But externally, he'd be like, all right, we're going to deal with this problem. We're going to take a breather, and then we're going to deal with another problem.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not actually mad, but there is a part of me that is very frustrated that you didn't let me seduce you with Mary.
Tony.
I was trying.
First of all,
it didn't work.
Tony
trying.
was incredibly suspicious of this woman trying to hit on him, and his immediate thought is always like, "All right, what do you want? just cut to it."
Yeah, Tony has the power of asexually romantic.
Not even that. He's just like one of those. He grew up one of those high schoolers or middle schoolers where it was just very much obvious that he was in his own little social group of weirdness.
Yeah.
So now when people are just like, "Oh, I'd love to work with you," or "Oh, what are you doing around here?" He clocks it as like, "All right, something's going on."
I was also trying to seduce Christina with Mary, but that also didn't work for different reasons.
I mean, the DC was probably significantly easier, Kat. I'm gonna be honest with you. There was a moment where I tried to throw in something for like episode 19 or 20, but we didn't have time to incorporate it with how busy we all were.
Yeah.
So the best I could do was being Tony, like calling in some favors from like these people he had never mentioned, he had never spoken about, and just never brought up again. Where it was just, he was just like, "Hey, Kane, you want to go pick up some like construction grade flares with me and like sparklers? By the way, you have to carry these. Legally, I cannot touch these. Or if I do, you cannot witness me moving them." And like, the funniest part was that people were just accepting of that. They were just like, all right, Tony's banned from flares or fireworks for some reason. We're not gonna look into that right now. It just seems
We don't
to
have
fit him.
time for this.
Yeah.
It's just like it's Tony. It's understandable. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
They just inhale, they exhale, and they're like, all right, Tony, whatever, and they get back to the story.
Yeah.
I talked with Kat so much about stuff that could be done in season 2 for Tony, and I am excited about all of it. But for now, Tony remains this somewhat of an enigma who only occasionally takes things seriously, like the end of episode 20. I felt like that was such a good way to foreshadow, like, oh, maybe Tony's not just dumb and aloof and uncaring. Maybe he's just pretending to be that way, huh?
Yeah.
This man is getting a lot more threatening and scary.
Tony's ending was... I can't say my favorite because the rest of y'all were also way too dramatic. But it was so good. The way we ended Tony's story was so perfect for him. I was
Tony
really happy with
basically
it too.
spent the first 18 or 19 episodes being the smiling problem fixer.
Yeah.
And in episode 20, he basically lost his shit and was like, I'm not fucking around anymore. And then he just kind of put that facade back on, and it's like, all right, something's a little screwy here.
Yeah.
yeah.
Also, one thing that I think never got mentioned, and I think nobody noticed, but like Christina noticed but never said anything, was Tony saying, I'm not allowed to hold these in like 5, 6, 7 states. And Christina's like, states? Don't you mean provinces? Wait a minute. You don't actually have a Montreal accent, do you? You sound more like a motherfucker from like the Bronx or some shit.
Tony's had that accent the whole game. If no one's noticed it, then it's just they can't help him.
Christina has noticed. She just didn't say anything because she thought it would be rude.
No. I think one of the things Tony also mentioned was just like,
Also,
it's just
Montreal
like,
is
I'm
such a
gonna be-
melting pot. You know.
Oh, it was New York.
There's a lot of different voices in Canada, so Tony could literally come from. I can think of a few cities that Tony could have come from with that accent.
Well, namely Toronto is what comes to mind.
mainly
Toronto comes to my mind.
Yeah.
what do you mean with that accent? I'm kidding. The one of the things I also had Tony mention was just he's like, hey, I can't get stopped by the cops. I'm not even supposed to be in this state.
Yeah, that was.
It was either state or country. I couldn't remember which one was funny. Well, yeah, because we went to like what, New York or something for that party.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Manhattan
downtown.
Tony was very dead set on just being like, all right, I cannot get pulled over by the cops. They cannot know I am here. It's just, I loved moments like that of Tony just making these offhanded comments and people turning and being like, Tony, what do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
The implications of that are horrifying, and Tony just being like, don't worry about it.
Yeah. No, they're very good.
Oh, believe me, Christina noticed.
Yeah.
Tony out here like, don't worry about it. It's fine.
I honestly, something that I want to see more of in the next season too is I want to see more of Tony and Kane interacting, because it was always so funny. Like
it's like two annoying brothers hanging out with each other who are just like,
yeah,
shut the fuck up. Like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
I am so excited to just have Tony make up nicknames for Kane, and Kane just wanting to punch him so bad, and Tony just being like, what up, my worm?
Oh God. But you know what's
that might actually get you punched.
Yeah. How to get punched by a werewolf 101.
He can probably take it as long as it's not with his claws out.
Well, considering that he's a one-punch puppy, it might kill you. So
yeah, but he had his claws out. And he was mad.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah,
that was a
Tony
bit of
just
dramatic
can't-
flair, but still, it was.
Tony just
pretty-
has to make sure that he
Yeah.
doesn't make those comments when Kane's anger is at a certain digit or higher. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, as just make sure I'm not like in any form, just like regular, like as
Yeah, he
human
has to
as can be.
Yeah.
Then you'll live.
Oh God. I think honestly something that's going to be interesting is there's definitely going to be a lot of opportunity for them. I think actually most of the interactions between members at the beginning of the next season is going to be between Kane and Tony, because
Yeah.
the girls are fighting, and by the girls I do mean Fang and Christina. So like it's gonna be interesting because they're gonna have to try to get the band back together.
Well, it's
Um,
the
Getting
thing
the
is,
band back together.
as far as
Yeah.
Christine is concerned, there is no coterie right now. And one of
Yeah.
the things that I said to the team was like, any of the abilities on the coterie sheet that involve the use of having a caitiff
Oh,
are
the
not
coterie-
present and cannot be used right now.
The coterie
Yeah.
sheet is unable to be used. Period.
Yeah, which again makes sense. They're also nowhere near each other. So
Yeah.
they're literally separated by country border currently. So but let's not talk too much about the next season because we do want to keep some stuff sequence.
Let me just
Sequence.
put it. Let me just say this, chat. We have plans.
You can't expose everything just yet.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have
Mhm.
plans.
We have
I mean,
plans.
Fang can, but nothing.
can't
Don't worry
wait.
about it.
What did you fucking say?
It's a joke about Fang being a stripper.
Yeah.
Oh. He's not a stripper. I
Do we need
mean,
to start season 2 with that one song.
Sorry,
I'm in love
performer.
with
Is that better?
stripper. Whatever the fuck.
curator of sexual experiences.
That's a mouthful, just the way Fang likes it.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
I heard that. You know.
Also,
Yeah,
Ace.
you probably also saw it.
Yeah.
so you have an interesting kind of route into this game because
Yeah.
Mhm.
you got a message on Blue Sky by Silver randomly one night
Yep.
Yeah.
because we needed somebody who knew a lot about native culture and things like that because
Yeah.
we wanted to explore those themes and none of us are that.
Well, it was
Mhm.
specifically one of the main things was like when we were reading. Well, actually, it was specifically when you and Mitha were reading the Montreal by Night books, which was written in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like, oh wow, this is like super fucking racist. Holy shit! And we were like, that's awful.
Yeah, there was a
and-
point on that stream where I was just like, no.
Yeah, you guys
There
didn't
was a
even
point
finish
where
it.
Mitha was just uncomfortable.
Shit. I am hella uncomfortable.
Yeah, like so
Mhm.
you guys. I think you guys only did two. Like the idea was to read through the whole thing, but it got to the second episode. You were like,
we couldn't
oh,
even really
nope."
get past chapter 1 and 2, to be honest.
Yeah, it was very rough, and so we were like, okay, let's rectify that as much.
Today we will be
can.
reading Racism by Night.
Yeah, quite literally. So we were like, okay, and especially since this was set in Montreal, and like, there are 2 reserves around Montreal. There's Oka, which if you're Canadian, I'm gonna say the Oka crisis, and
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're gonna know what that is, because it was all over the news. It was like a huge thing. Basically, it's a clash between the RCMP police and the residents of Oka,
Mhm.
and people died and were
Aw.
injured.
Unfortunately, not most
and-
of them were racists.
Oh, if
Ye-
only.
I don't remember how many people or whatever, like it, but it was in the 90s, and so it makes like the egregiousness of the book like even worse, because it's like directly when like a huge like conflict happened. Anyway, I'm not doing a great job of explaining it. Actually, how much do you know about the Oka Crisis, Ace?
I know a bit of it. I don't know as in depth as I should, which is a little sad because like I'm Ganagwe, which is Mohawk, from like the Montreal area.
Yeah.
But I never got to learn about really the Oka Crisis very much. But I know I know there's a lot of injuries. I think there was only one death.
Yeah, I remembered. I couldn't remember if there was 2 or 1 or 3. I knew there weren't. It wasn't like in the double digits, but yeah.
No.
There was a child, a native child that was stabbed through the chest, and she later became an Olympian, a skiing Olympian. And so she has talked about like stuff like that, and I've met her and everything.
That's so cool.
I was very young. It was a while ago, so like I don't remember too much about it. But I can't remember her name. But she's spoken about it. There was like she did like an interview. I think like 20 years later, like an interview like on like what was it, like 60 Minutes or something like that, where like she talked about that like crisis and everything. And it was like, anyway, it was a huge thing. Bad stuff. Wow, surprise. The colonialism is bad. And so the point just being like, I especially was like, I would really like for us to, especially like, I don't know, there was so much blatant racism in the books. I was like, we can't, like, I didn't feel like just not including the racism was enough,
Yeah.
Like I was like, we need to do
More
full opposite of that, and so I wanted us to have a cultural consultant for that, and so I was looking through like there have been some lovely like group the like lists or whatever they're called. Are they called lists?
Yes.
Starter packs.
Starter packs, that's what it was. There have been some amazing starter packs made of like VTubers, and I went through one of the native ones, and I was looking for somebody that like felt like they would work well with us, because we are a trans neurodivergent group, so somebody who's also trans neurodivergent was kind of what we were looking for. And I saw Ace in there, and I was like, oh, like it's weird because you're randomly messaging somebody out of the blue that like, and you're like, hey, do you want to be a cultural consultant? Like, it's a super like random weird thing to ask. I was like, it's okay if you don't wanna.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
like, I don't know how do you ask this and not be fucking weird as shit,
Well, you did a great job. You actually reached out to me on Twitter.
Yes, because I couldn't message you on. I found you on Blue Sky, but you didn't have your DMs open, and I was like,
I thought they were.
Yeah,
but yeah.
No, you didn't know they weren't, but like, and it would have been super weird for me to comment on something, so I just went to your Twitter, and I was able to DM you there, so I did there.
Yeah, I have your DM in front of me.
Oh my god! No!
Yeah.
So, I don't remember what I wrote.
Silver wrote, hiya, I saw that you're a fan of D&D, and me and my group, TransXP TTRPG, are planning on doing a Vampire the Masquerade campaign on stream. My character has a werewolf boyfriend, in brackets, kinda not really. They have a complicated relationship. I love a mess, haha. And we wanted the werewolf to be indigenous, as the game mechanics rules are clearly inspired by indigenous people. So we felt it made sense. It's set in Montreal, and our thoughts is to have him be Haudenosaunee from Oka, which is right outside of Montreal. None of our group are indigenous, and we have been and doing research, but thought it would be beneficial to have somebody from that background input. No pressure or anything, by the way. You don't even have to answer to this if you don't want to, but I would love to hear from you if you're open to being a character consultant. And I wrote, fuck yeah. I wrote a bit more than that.
Yeah. Oh god.
Silver, I mean this respectfully.
Yeah.
You getting bullied on Trans XP is basically the equivalent of what they do to Brennan on Dropout.
God. No.
Yeah.
No. Oh god. I don't know. I was like, it's such like a weird random thing, like especially if there's something you don't know to ask. So I was like, that's strange. But I'm hearing back. I'm like, okay, I did a pretty good job. I always look back on it. Thanks. I always look back on it thinking it's more embarrassing. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, done something like this. But I think like one of the things that I definitely didn't mention in that message, which like I was like, we'll talk about it later, was like, you know how racist the book was.
When I first saw that book, because I've dealt with like a little bit of the Vampire the Masquerade era, and I'm like, oh, I kind of know a bit. I was not prepared for the White Wolf. Holy shit!
Oh god.
Yeah,
That was,
capital W white.
Yeah.
That was damn. This book is being racist to me, you know.
I guess that's
Damn,
why they
this
call
book
it
is-
White Wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
fucking
oh my
hell.
god, you're really owning that name White Wolf, aren't you, dear?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And being somebody who's Meitsi and Mohawk, just like seeing how the way that they describe like Meitsi
yeah.
as like this like abomination, I'm like, what the fuck? Oh my god! And then
Yeah.
I think that's like, of course, like I was like super like new to like yapping with the group, and I was like, hey, are we allowed to like, can we like change like the definition of some of these?
Yeah, and we were like, yes, please. That's actually
Yes,
entirely why you're
please.
here.
And that's exactly why I'm here.
It's actually the whole thing.
Yeah, I will say Silver did a great job of, you know, picking somebody who is, you know, not just like indigenous, but also
Not
one Canadian.
racist.
Two Haudenosaunee, like from like their families from the Haudenosaunee, aka the Giniganagwe, aka Mohawk, who's also, you know, Meitsi.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. So on your description, you said you were Canadian, which I was like, which was also
Mhm.
fully why a big reason also why I picked you, because I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's perfect. I didn't know where in Canada you were from, you know, but
Mhm.
like you had a higher likelihood of knowing a little bit more about like Canadian Indigenous history specifically. So
Yeah.
you know, although of course, like
Yeah.
It's quite all the stories and like the teachings, although some of them like do have like similar vibes, it is very like different between tribes.
yeah.
So you really lucked out.
Yeah, like I didn't know, like because again, you just had Meitsi, so I didn't know like
Mhm.
what specifically beyond that. But at the very least, like it's still, even if you weren't from the exact same tribe, having somebody that's at least familiar with like, because especially the way that the government treats indigenous people is very much one brush, you know.
Mhm.
And so there is overlap in, at the very least, the way that like indigenous people are treated by the government and by like the colonizers. So I was like, it's still valuable. You would still have valuable like info anyway, you know.
Yeah.
And also like I figured too that you'd probably have easier access to accurate resources, you know. Like I can do research, but and I absolutely did. It's just having somebody that I can double check, like, is this right? Like, was
Yeah.
you know, definitely super,
I definitely asked my family a lot of questions.
yeah.
Probably
And
a
that's the thing.
suspicious amount of questions, huh?
Well, nah, they were chill about it. Chill.
Yeah. But that's the benefit, right? Like there's you have access to like real life people that you can actually ask that
Mhm.
that have like a lot of life experience and everything to pull from.
Yeah.
So that was like super valuable.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And like one thing that my, you know, Kane doesn't really necessarily deal with, thankfully, is he was raised on the res, born and raised on the res, where I personally didn't get to do that because of residential schools and stuff. So my grandfather was raised to like hide his like indigenous history and like anything indigenous about him. That man is so native though. And so but by the time like my mom was growing up, my mom got really involved with the community. And so when I was being raised, I'm what's called like a suburban native, where you get raised in like suburban areas or like basically not on the res. So I have a very different experience, but I could imagine like, in 2099, with infrastructures, getting better, hopefully treatment of indigenous folks are a little bit better, that I can at least mix a bit of my experiences as well as like the experiences of like my peers, my like sisters and brothers everywhere, and try to form that into Kane. But we didn't really, at least for the season, understandably, didn't really get into that. But I do have his backstory like written on a doc somewhere.
Yeah.
And like ultimately something that kind of we've talked about too is like how we went in and it was like, all right, the Oko crisis, the land, a lot of what that was fought over was like reconciled, and that land was given back.
Yeah, that was something that
which was really important for us to do.
Yeah, that was something I really wanted, was like, and this is the thing, it's complicated because we're doing a Vampire the Masquerade game, so it's definitely not going to be sunshines and rainbows, right? Like, there's not suddenly like no problems anymore, and that definitely wasn't the case anyway. But at the very least, like, something that I really wanted was like, I wanted there to be a significant amount of land given back to Oka, and very specifically in response to like the Oka crisis, which I think is something that's like kind of beautiful about fiction, in stories like this, is we can imagine better even in worlds where like the main story isn't necessarily focused on things being better, but it's like we can still I think it's like, it's the thing where like your personal values can make their way into stories.
Yeah.
Even if the story has nothing to do with that specific thing, like you can sometimes, you have the opportunity to do that, and so why not do it?
Not gonna make it more miserable for the sake of things being miserable.
Yeah, exactly. Like injecting a little bit of hope in there.
Thing that I really enjoyed the way I ended up doing was what's the word I'm looking for? When we had the golf course reclaimed by the
Gangrel.
The Gangrel Baron, and
I
was just riding around in golf carts, and it was an animal like nature reserve.
Love that.
It was that was a very fun little moment.
Yeah, me and Kat talked about that, and I was like, oh, yes. Because, and that actually came very specifically from the idea of, again, tying back to like some stuff that I've seen some native groups do before, which is reclaim back golf courses, because golf courses are a very direct representation of colonialism.
It's so much acreage. It's unnecessary.
It's a lot of land that is cleared of all of its natural resources for the sake of extremely rich white folk.
It's also objectively the worst sport, just saying.
Yeah.
Right.
But great clear area for powwows and other ceremonies that need a lot of space.
Yeah.
We'll say that.
I mean, well, the thing is like you still don't need the amount of acres and acres of cleared out space. That's the thing, right? Like that was the main thing, and that's what I thought. That's where I was like, I wanted to take something that had happened in real life that I had seen, where like they were able to reclaim a golf course and turn it back into a nature reserve, and I was like, that's amazing. Citizen said something.
What do white people need all that land for? They're not even using it for anything good.
Capsules will be there.
So when I was, initially, because I came in initially as just a consultant.
Yeah.
How did you guys go from like, because I know Silver and I we were talking about, but how did like everybody else feel about when you're like, hey, why not just make Ace a player type? Like, how did that go? And like,
Well, it first started as the boy kisser scene, I believe. It
Yeah,
first
we were-
started
yeah,
as, hey, we should do
that's
this
true.
smut thing, and we need a guy to do that because that'd be really weird for
That's
Silver and
really
I to play that out.
Yeah.
so true.
Yeah.
I
we
did
needed-
make the. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Go for it.
No, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, it was well, because initially we were like, so it was kind of weird because Kane was a character that we had a slot that needed to be filled of this character existing already, kind of. So it's like, well, he didn't have a name yet. So he was just, I wanted Fang to have a vampire boyfriend for many reasons, because I was like, that's so fun, and like, again, gay, you know? Listen, the classic very gay pairing of werewolf x vampire is
Mhm.
Gotta
Boy meets
do it.
wolf.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, that made a lot of sense, and especially when we were looking into the, Ace mentioned it a bit before, but like when we were looking into the werewolf stuff, they were clearly very much inspired by indigenous practices and stuff like that. So we wanted, so it was like, okay, well, if he's a werewolf, it feels like he would have to be indigenous. He doesn't have to be, but it feels like it makes sense, And so we were like, okay, but we don't know enough about that, and we want to do it right, and like
And it
I can do
ultimately was
research
just,
and
like,
everything,
the
but
obvious decision, just like, well, this person enjoys RP already. It's not like, and they and you clearly seem interested, and so we're like, yeah, come on the show.
yeah,
It just
And we
became like one of us. One of us.
Yeah.
When you guys were like, because like when I was doing a lot of the researching and like getting all this character and like helping Silver like choose a name, Silver like, so what name should it be? And I would do like way too much research on what name it should be, and I was like, you know what, Kane's funny. Because I'm like,
and I
okay,
went it as Kane
okay.
because I'm fucking
weeb.
yeah. Well, anyway.
And then we ended
yeah.
up going back and forth on that all season.
Yeah, which we made
you guys,
canon.
not me. I had it set. But yeah, and then eventually Silver was like, "Hey, do you wanna do an episode like the Momentum Mortem episode, whatever they're called? Sorry, I forget what they're called. In Memoriam. Thank you.
Yeah. Which was a sexy
and
episode. Which, if
sexy
somebody wants to post the link to the, we have
More
a
like in Manmorium.
yeah,
I
we
mean,
have a Patreon where the uncut video of that is, where you can actually see them actually fuck.
Speaking
Yeah,
of
yeah.
I'll
uncut,
keep forgetting that is a command.
Yeah. Ayo.
speaking of uncut,
Ayo.
Ace,
Oh,
What? Huh?
Excuse me?
That was supposed that part of the script was for Silver. That noise. We do a little bullying here.
What else are we gonna do?
I mean, I would
Um,
imagine no, I would imagine yes, because everything, but
Yeah.
also that's child mutilation.
Ah?
Getting circumcised.
Oh.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, I need to bio break.
Okay.
And we've run out of our pre-roll space, so
Okay,
Okay.
let's do a self-care.
Let's do a bio
Self-care.
break.
and we will come back
And-
and talk more about Kane and stuff.
Gay boys
Yeah,
kissing and
boys.
gay girls kissing, because we actually have Christina's relationship to talk about too after.
Mhm.
Yeah, Christian Barati.
Yeah. Okay.
But I need to go piss, girls. So let's do a
Yeah,
5-minute
we all
break.
gotta go piss.
Gossip girling.
Gossip girl.
Bye. All right, welcome back. We are live, y'all. We currently have a silver that is EP. But not in like real life, maybe, or maybe in real life. Huh? We're not sure.
Maybe
So-
accidentally lied down and fell asleep.
Yeah, who knows? That
I wouldn't blame him if he did.
If Ace is terminally online, then Silver is terminally EP.
this is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
let's hope he says something
disability.
completely unhinged when he thinks he's not on a hot mic.
Oh yeah, yeah. We definitely bully Silver.
Uh,
In a loving way. We love Silver.
Yeah.
But when it's just so easy to bully.
he is incredibly bullyable. You are right.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's anybody out there who's waiting for every episode, I know I'm working on it.
You got it.
You got this.
I had to get some other stuff done.
We believe in you, Mitha.
More
Yeah.
specifically, it's like my therapist suggested I take a little bit of a mental health break after we finish
Good.
with 20.
Good
Yeah.
idea.
That's a good
So-
idea.
It's
Yeah, it sounds like that therapist knows what they're talking about, huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right now, I am working on some bot 2099 fan art that I wanted to get done weeks ago, but life happens. And
Tell us about it.
yeah, so it's everyone in their formal wear from
Oh,
the
Why do you sound
I
so
mean that's
disappointed?
nice too.
He sounded so sad, Azure. What do you mean? Oh.
I mean, it's your art, so it's still good. But I thought it was just going to be, I thought it was going to be more Kane and Fang. But this is nice too. It's fine. It's
That's it. I'm making you bald.
fine.
I mean, to be fair,
Damn.
to be clear, technically speaking, Fang's formal wear is incredibly ungodly slutty.
Yeah, the only difference is that he's not wearing the incredibly slutty outfit.
Oh,
Ace just-
Forever ago,
Ace
I
just
asked.
draws like Kane, Fang, and Christina looking absolutely incredible in their formal wear, and then he draws Tony the moment after he escapes. Just half his clothes are burnt. He's bald. I don't appreciate it, but I respect your decision. Look, what can I say? I like some tastefully not safe for work art of Fang and Kane.
Soon. But this one is taste. It's not
Never soon
NSFW. It
enough.
is safe. It's safe for work. But forever ago, I asked Silver what like Fang would wear in like a formal wear, and gave very like traditional like Taiwanese outfits. So that's what I put Fang in, and then the rest of us, including Barati, are in what we wore for the white tie event.
The one that
Yes.
Tony made himself.
Ram cheese tape.
Not exactly.
and they loved it.
So the one thing about this art is that basically I'm having it so you can move around each group, so if they can be in the middle, and then it would be like an artwork based on like the person in the middle, and then the other like will be blurred. but I'm making Tony and Crom be like eating like some food at a table
Amazing.
while like the other two couples are like dancing.
Nice.
I mean,
I
that
should
is
give you
more accurate.
Doritos. I'm gonna make sure Tony's eating Doritos.
Like, how are there even Doritos in this kind of ball? I feel like there wouldn't be, but it's just like
He brought them himself.
He's eating the closest thing
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah.
Also, hello,
Crumb
Silver.
got
You
them
are on
from
a
the
live
vending.
mic, in case you didn't
Yeah.
realize.
No, I know. I unmuted myself.
Damn.
Hey,
We were hoping you'd
Okay,
say something unhinged.
no, I know we're live. I will keep it perfectly hinged.
Uh-huh.
Darn.
That's not what the fans paid for.
Anyway, colonialism.
we have a Patreon for a reason.
colonialism.
That's not why I pay Patreon, bitch.
Just start shouting
No.
colonialism to make Silver go off on a massive tangent.
We already talked about that a little
Silver really is our version of Brennan. Like, we bully him. He goes off on rants that people love hearing.
bit. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
You're our funny man, Silver.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Gee, thanks. I'm more of a whore than he is, though.
you don't
True.
know that.
I mean,
I mean,
I
certainly
believe
online
you,
anyway.
but
on camera, yes, but you don't
Yeah.
know that. And hey, I think that man is a whore, just for his wife exclusively, and that doesn't make him any less.
he's
of
a whore for the point system.
Yeah.
There's nothing he won't do for 5 more points. But anyway, yes, we love Silver. We just also bully him. It's how we show affection.
Yeah. Thanks, you bastards.
You're welcome, buddy.
You're
All right, so
welcome.
where the fuck were we?
Colonialism. It's bad.
Yeah, we were talking
I
about
can't-
bringing Ace into being a full character.
Yeah. We have a lot of. I mean, most of us may have a lot of experience with performing and stuff like that. And in terms of like, it's also funny because us as a group, we had no real intention of like adding more people. Still not really like something we plan on doing. But Ace was just really good with all the stuff that we were working on, and we all vibed really well. And initially, Ace had another like group that he was with. So even though it was something that like a couple of us had spoken about, we were like, well, he already has a group, and like this is something that like you guys don't necessarily see on the outside, but it's a lot of work. This is
It's
very
so much
intense.
fucking work.
It's so much fucking
I
work.
love it, and it's my passion, but God, is it
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, I love it and it's great, but holy shit, it's a lot. We do a lot of stuff. So it takes more like time and commitment than like a typical like VTuber group might. Like a lot of VTuber groups are very like, they'll do stuff together and everything, and they'll like be a team in a sense, but a lot of it is still more like it'll be on their individual streams. Maybe they do like joint streams and stuff like that. But this is a lot more intense than that. We're trying to actually start like a company, really like a co-op, structure. But like it's still very every player, for example, is not just a player, right? So we're not just streamers. We do a lot of other stuff for the group. Like I've done all the overlays. I also am like just general art director. I also do a lot of like other random shit. I would say I'm the one that jumps around the most random of shit. And I'm just like, oh yeah, we need to do this. I also do like a lot of like market research stuff, which is I like it that way. I like that I'm switching between things, and it appeases my ADHD.
Yeah, minus all the stuff that other one group did.
Huh?
That was a V Shoujo joke.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Yeah, not that.
Don't get me
Yeah.
started.
Well, they were not a co-op first and foremost.
They were not.
And they really should have been, but anyway.
They would have had a much better time if they were.
Yep. But but again, they also are based in like the States, and like America is very capitalism coded, capitalism pilled, you know. So
They were
they're always thinking,
based out of California.
yeah. So even worse.
Yeah.
But and like here's the thing. This is the thing that's also difficult for us too. It's like we're gonna have to balance needing to work within capitalism, but then how do we manage that with our values? And anyway, it's a balance we're managing. But getting a little bit off topic. Essentially, like with Ace, we didn't want to. One of the main reasons why we hadn't spoken to him about it at the beginning was mostly because one, he had another group, and it was like there's no way. You can't do another group and this at the same time, like especially with him being like the main. I think he was one of the main like people organizing it and stuff. Like it was just like that would be too much.
Yeah.
Then like the situation changed, and so we're like, okay, well if you want, like you can join. We offered it, but like we want him to get some practice in for some of the like improv and like voice acting practice a little bit, basically, like for TTRPG stuff. So we're going to be doing that. We're doing that off stream. That's going to be us privately. We're going to be playing a game to give him lots of opportunity to practice. That's also like, I know you only guys, Kat and Ace, you guys only did like 2.
We'll
get back to the burning one. We'll get back to it when life settles.
Yeah.
It stops being a
just
bitch.
Moved, and I'm dealing with a flip-flop work schedule.
Yeah.
I just moved. I have to go back and forth between houses a lot because of doctor's appointments. Uni's about to start. I have a trip, like literally next week, like a little bit. Quite a few things happening, but hopefully by the time September, October hits, things will come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you'll hopefully be seeing that on the, and those aren't going to be edited like our big shows are. Those are just going to be live streams. So they'll get back to that eventually. And so that's going to be another opportunity for Ace to practice and stuff.
Part of me would love to do a solo series with everyone.
Oh, me too. I would love to do a solo series with you. I think that would be extremely fun. And there are lots of systems that exist that are explicitly just like GM and a player, especially on itch and stuff. There's lots of, and that's the thing. We want to experiment with a lot of things. We have lots of ideas, but limited amount of time. So we're having like pick and choose. But like eventually, once like we're able to have more of our show financed and stuff like that, then eventually
possible to be our full-time job.
Yeah, which we know it's going to take a number of years, to get to that point. It will eventually because we are all so committed. But it is going to take time, and we know that, And also, like, we're fighting the algorithm.
Be committed.
Yeah, but also we're fighting the algorithm is the other thing, because we're very much we're not PC, like, in terms of, like, we're very, like, it's hard to explain what I mean, right? Because we are very open to the varieties in which humans and their experiences come in. And some people find some of those things, like, icky or unsavory, but, like, if you're not harming anyone, like, we truly do not give a fuck. If is no one IRL being harmed, then I don't care. Like, we're also all adults. We're all adult queer people.
And Pagan has a core rule, which is, "And it harm none, do as thou wilt."
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not like kid-friendly show. We're all adults, and we want to tell adult stories. And that includes, like, messy queer identities that I think this is one thing too, is like there are people my age that have very limited views of queerness, but I think I didn't think it was so. You know, somebody else who had been out for 10 years and see me just called themselves a trans elder, and I went, "Oh no, am I a trans elder?"
Yeah.
I didn't think I was because I was like, I feel like you have to be like your 40s or 50s and like higher. I don't know why in my head I'm like, yeah, that's somebody who's trans elder.
That's why the first question I asked you was like, how do you define trans elder?
Yeah, I was like, my categorization is somebody who's like, who survived. I think you know what it is. It's surviving the AIDS crisis.
Well, then I guess that includes me.
It does, yeah. So I think to me, like that's where because it killed so many of us, you know. So I think that's why there's like a reverence of like preserving that queer history. So much of it was lost through so many people that we lost.
He's
as well.
still being erased.
Yeah, absolutely still being erased, you know. But I think this is like, it's one of those things where like I really wish that that younger trans people would read up on our history a little more, you know, or like at the very least just be like, be curious and be open to questions without malice behind the questions, right? Like you hear somebody who identifies with the term transsexual, don't go on the war hunt immediately. Be curious about it. Be like,
Or the
oh,
word tranny.
Yeah, or tranny. Like there are terms that like I personally have a hard time with, but that doesn't mean that I have an issue with somebody else identifying for whatever reason, you know. Like here's a good one that there was like discourse about. It's like a futa, right? Which is like
Futanari.
futanari, yeah, which is like which is like a Japanese term that like that is like is used in derogatory ways, absolutely. But I've met a couple trans women that identified with it and liked it, and I was like, that's fine, you know. Like, there's nothing you personally identifying. In the end of the day, like it comes down to specifically with like labels like that. It comes down to like, what are you personally comfortable with identifying with yourself, and that's all that matters. As long as you're not going around calling people things that they didn't fucking ask to be called, like I couldn't care less, you know. And in the end, I think it's also one of those sorts like, can we not see that as a beautiful thing?
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
That like there's so many different life experiences that exist. There's so many different perspectives of transness that exist, and especially, and again, it comes down to like, you know, we have trans elders that identify with terms that are now considered outdated. But I'm not going to go up to somebody who survived the AIDS crisis and be like, you can't identify that way. Hey, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know?
Just walks up to them and be like, hello, would you like to update your terms?
Yeah, God. But it's like...
As the person who's most likely to walk up to a stranger and yell at them.
No, but like...
Because the rest of us are way too non-confrontational.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. Depends on the situation. I think it goes me, Azure, and Mitha very clearly in fifth, and then you and your second ace, and Silver is a very clear front.
To be fair, I've been working on my anger problems.
Yeah.
Working on anger issues is hard.
Yeah. But anyway, basically just like coming down to the importance of being open to other people's experiences. And like, and this is the thing, right? So there's the identity side of things that we're very like, I don't give a fuck how you identify. It's up to you, you know? Which in some like politically correct spaces,
yeah,
you know, that's considered not okay, which is fucked, you know? Which is why I'm like, it's weird because like we're not PC in the sense of being full essentially anarchism. Like we're full anarchy basically, rather than like we're not just a leftist, we're like further than that. I feel like people who call themselves leftists nowadays feel a lot of like it's moving more towards the right, in that it's feeling more like center a lot of the time. I'm like, I don't think you're a leftist. I think you're a liberal or a neoliberal, which I mean actually they're the same thing. Liberals are neoliberals, not that they fucking understand the difference, but whatever.
Anyway,
you know,
I would also like to redirect us towards talking about bot 2099 and kind of
Also,
like,
yeah.
go ahead.
But I think it's still relevant. Like,
Absolutely.
also, cynicism, like, yeah, fully, exactly. That's the thing, right? It's the context that matters.
Yeah, hit us with another question, DM.
Yeah,
All right.
sure.
So, we went through kind of how we got here. What was everyone's favorite moment in the game?
Oh, I have a couple that immediately come to mind for me. I got so giddy in this scene. It made me so happy when Fang flashes. I'm immediately forgetting his name.
Oh, Raul?
No, that's not his name. That's super not correct.
Rashid.
Rashid. Yes, thank you.
Okay, look, I was
Raul is
close. That's
hilarious.
huge for me.
Two different cultures there. Raul and Rashid, not the same. But
Okay, I have extreme memory. I got the first two letters right. Just cut me some slack.
Okay. Yes, Rashid. Yes, that was so fun. Fang getting to like. I love any time.
That was a very interesting moment for me as the GM.
It was great.
I was like, how the fuck do I handle this?
Yeah, I love throwing cat curveballs. I love doing shit that makes Cat go, what the fuck is about to happen? Like,
and
this
ultimately,
man's so hot, he temporarily snapped a man out of some strong-ass mind control.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Oh, it was so good.
It's complicated because it's not like full-on mind control, but it's basically he was under compulsion and he was acting off of like base instincts, kind of.
Yeah, you know what we mean, though.
But yeah.
Basically, it's because I rolled so fucking high. Because a cat made the difficulty high.
Yeah, I did.
But I passed it anyway. Listen, I'm rolling my strengths, baby.
You
like,
sure
The DC was as high as Fang's sex appeal.
Hey. And Fang's sex appeal was higher.
Yeah, because like I didn't also consider
this
this man particularly like a sexual person, you know?
Yeah.
Like initially, and like as you've seen as how I've played him.
Yeah.
Very bookish.
That all changed
Very,
when Fang got involved.
You know.
Yeah.
Ace, what was your favorite moment? Can't hear you, bud. Can everyone hear me?
I
can hear you.
Okay.
I do not hear Ace.
Oh,
I also do
sorry,
not hear
my
Ace.
headphones
there.
disconnected. I'm so sorry. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, my headphone. I need to get new headphones. Did you say something? I'm so sorry. What did I miss?
I said, what was your favorite moment of the series?
I feel like my favorite moment. I have so many actually, but I think one of the moments that I felt like super proud of was the One Punch Puppy.
That was so fun. I love that moment so much.
I had so many fun moments where like just anytime Kanan's hanging out with Tony is always a good time.
Yeah,
makes me laugh like crazy.
I love them together so much. It's so funny.
Exactly. And then I also really liked the moment where Kane was like having to comfort Christina. Kane having to comfort
that
Christina.
was so beautiful.
Yeah. That was
I remember Mitha coming to me about that scene for the music.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the raid, Priestess Thea.
Oh, Priestess Thea. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Welcome in.
Welcome in, raiders.
We have to do an intro. Kat, do an intro. Start intro.
Okay,
Introduce us to who we are and what we do.
Hello, everyone. This is Trans XP TTRPG. We are a all-trans VTuber tabletop RPG group. And we are currently doing a post-mortem stream for our bot 2099, Blood of the Triad 2099 Vampire the Masquerade campaign. This is a game that this stream is going to be full of spoilers.
Yeah.
Just to note. So please be careful and mindful of that. Stay at your own risk. all of the links. Can you all post the links in chat
Hang
where
on.
people can find
I
all the
got
videos?
it. I got it.
If you would like to watch our show,
Yeah, you can watch it over on
it's-
YouTube.
There it is.
yeah, the whole thing is over on YouTube. It's fully finished. We did our season finale last Friday, actually. It's fully edited by our lovely Mitha here. So it's got music, it's got all of our ramblings cut out, so it's got a much better pace. This is our first big series that we're launching, and now we're in the winding down phase, which is why we're doing a post-mortem stream to discuss some of the themes that we wanted to include as trans people ourselves, the arcs that our characters went through. Our favorite moments is what we were just discussing as you came in here from the series.
I want to note that command is actually incorrect. This is not a pre-recorded stream. We are just yapping live.
Yeah, this is fully live.
Yeah, this is fully live now. Our streams are generally pre-recorded. We're all disabled to the things we are. And so doing live streams at the exact same time weekly was very difficult for us. We did try it at the beginning when we were doing one-shots and stuff like that.
And stuff,
yeah, testing out how to stream and how we were going to do it. And then eventually we realized that doing them pre-recorded made things a lot easier for us, also made the audience able to rely more regularly on exactly when things go live. So it was something we came to later. But it's fun because we get editing from Mitha, who is gotten very good at adding music at the appropriate time, adding some little jokes on occasion that she likes to sleep in there. Yeah, she's great.
Mhm.
And and we have another editor actually, Azure, who does specifically shorts and TikToks. So we have a long form editor on our team, being Mitha, and then we have a short form editor on our team, Azure, who does the TikToks and YouTube shorts and stuff like that, which are very funny, by the way. You should go take a look at them. Those are
y'all,
generally
y'all really seem to love the one about Kane almost talking about something being in his mouth. Funny enough.
yeah. By the way, all of our characters are very gay and trans. So if you like vampires, you like trans gay vampires that like to suck and fuck and fight, then I think you'll enjoy us.
Yes.
Okay, I think, is that a good introduction? I feel like
I
it is.
think it is. What were y'all
Okay,
streaming?
good. Yeah, what were you guys streaming? Please tell us. What were you guys
Yes.
doing?
Also, I hope you guys have been drinking water, eating some food, and if you need to rest, you are free to raid and dash.
Yes, please.
I love how Ace like, I actually know how to do this.
Yeah, Ace is probably, it's funny. Actually, Ace, how long have you been streaming? I forgot.
3 years? 2-3 years? I don't
Oh my
remember.
god, I've been streaming longer than you, but I'm such a fucking disaster. Compared. Sure.
I started
You're
off with
already
like YouTube
disaster.
streaming, so like I was like I have the professional mindset from being a YouTube streamer.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, different world.
Different world, baby. Yeah. Love trans gay vampires. Yeah, baby.
Yes.
Trans gay vampires for the win.
And a single werewolf.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
And some stars with friends.
I don't know what Solaris is.
It's
know
a 4X strategy game.
Very different vibe. Sounds fun though.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do are you familiar with TTRPGs? Priestess Thea? do you play them on occasion? Also, I'm eating, sorry.
You're
Hungry.
fine.
You're all good.
It's
How dare you?
live, and you know
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
we're doing it live. as the
yeah,
internet
Okay, we're
says.
doing it live.
Yo.
But yeah, back to favorite memories and stuff.
Favorite moments.
Yeah. Where
favorite
we at?
moments. Definitely, I really like the moment where like Kane is trying to comfort Christina, and as I was saying before the raid, Mitha reached out to me about picking music for that particular scene because nothing felt right.
Yeah.
Well, I like Ivan Duck's stuff a lot. Ivan Duck has a lot of really good stuff, but we needed it to be like it needs to not
Copyright
get,
friendly.
it needs to be copyright friendly, and my guy ended up was very white.
And it wasn't a very it was a very
cultural, like, specific scene.
yeah. And we
Mhm.
were tying into how we were further extending the like nativeness of the werewolves. We wanted to
Yeah, we wanted to something that to our new raiders. One of the things that we really wanted to address within the World of Darkness is a problem that we had with it when we were reading it. Is like
The incredible amounts of racism.
Yeah, super fucking racist. And so we really wanted to. That's actually how Ace came onto our group. We talked about it before. So sorry for repeating ourselves to those that were there when we talked about this, but Ace was brought on initially as a cultural consultant, and then we got along really well. And so Ace has become more than just a cultural consultant and ended up actually playing Kane, which was the character that
We
he
have
helped
befriended
create.
him.
Yes.
Yes, and now he's not
Captured.
allowed to leave.
Well, good thing I don't want to.
Finish
Yeah.
your story there.
Give it a few
Ace.
more months.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, finish your story there.
But yeah, so I was searching, and there's a lot of good music that's used in powwows and ceremony and stuff, but I don't know the copyright of it, right? It's a little hard to find specifically copyright free Mohawk music that isn't either quote unquote AI generated or like not made
Racist.
by an indigenous person, right?
Yeah.
And so I brushed off some very old software and I made the music for that scene.
Which is crazy.
I used to be a band kid, and so I brought that back out, and ironically, fun enough, because of that, hopefully in the upcoming year or next year, I'll be actually finally making my own drum.
That's
So
not-
if we
my
ever need
God.
more music, I could actually record it instead of using a program that does not have. Oh, the amount I had to do a lot in order to make the drums slightly sound as close to the drums that we actually like use to play.
Yeah.
It was a lot of tweaking. It was with the program I do not know how to use. But I very nervously like sent it off to Mitha. I was like, "Hey Mitha, I couldn't find anything, so I made something."
Which is crazy.
I was blown away.
Which, by the way, also just further goes to like show how Ace definitely fits in with us, because that is absolutely the kind of shit we've done before. We're like, I couldn't find this thing, so we just made it. Oh God.
I need something culturally appropriate here, and like I couldn't find anything, so I
Ace
made
was like,
some.
I got you, girl.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what?
Yeah, it was so funny. I was trying to make a rattle and stuff, but I just did not have the right materials. So RIP that homemade rattle that I made using popcorn kernels and a pill bottle.
You gotta
Holy
love
shit.
How crazy shit like that gets made in art. It's so fast.
Yeah.
I didn't use that part, but I found the sound of a jingle dress.
Excuse me.
Which anybody who doesn't know what jingle dresses are, they are a traditional outfit worn typically by women, and they have these like they're made out of metal, and they're like cones, and then when you are dancing, it makes a very nice melody.
They're so pretty. By the way,
So
if,
made sure to add it to the audio. Yeah,
I would recommend, if you guys have never seen what a jingle dress is, look it up. They're so pretty.
look it up. I want
Yeah.
one.
Oh, yes.
I want one.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I don't care if I'm dysphoric. I want one.
Honestly, I will say, like, as I have transitioned, so I recently got my tits chopped off, baby.
Hell yeah.
Top surgery.
Yeah, I was there for it and everything.
Yeah, you were.
Needed.
He was
Azure
in
was
the
actually
surgery
one-
room. The raccoon was holding the knife.
Yeah, quite. Yeah. Well, actually, it was more like me, except it was teeth because I did almost bite Azure repeatedly. Apparently, when
Also,
trying
I
to bring me
drink
back
milk.
home.
I hit back hotkey on accident.
Truly.
Look, if I'm made of enough raccoons, statistically, one of them has to know how to do top surgery.
Hey. Also,
True,
Priestess
true.
Thea, absolutely go Dash. And if you come back and we're still around, we'll be happy to have you. But otherwise, please take care of yourself. Self-care.
Yeah, take care of yourself.
We are big on self-care here.
Yes.
Huge.
I would say we're hung on self-care here. Looks at Kane.
Hey.
But yeah, and then what, Mitha, weren't you the one who also just shared it to the group? the music. I think I'm so glad you guys liked it. I was so nervous, especially because I couldn't find anything, and I was like, because I want you guys to like me, right? And I'm a chronic people pleaser that I'm trying to work on. So I knew that I couldn't come up empty-handed, and it worked out. I had a lot of fun making it. You guys enjoyed it, and it worked perfectly for the scene.
Yeah.
Probably will have to do it again in the future.
I mean, if you want to, like, you know.
I mean, we'll probably need to for season 2. There's probably going to be a scene where it's,
I mean, we could just reuse the same one. Like, again, you're gonna have, especially by the time season 2 is, because essentially the way that we're working with integrating Ace into our group is a little bit slowly. Mostly, I mean, one of the things is Ace has been moving and had a lot of stuff going on anyway, and we're also taking a bit of a break currently as we prepare for what our next big series is going to be. We are not in a financial situation where we're able to purchase the art necessarily out of pocket like we were last time. We were
a couple more months
before, and now we're broke. So, which, by the way, if you don't know the difference between poor and broke, poor means like barely have anything. Broke means you got nothing. There ain't nothing left.
Yeah.
So that's currently, next week, actually, hopefully, if you guys want to stick around for something really fun, next week's going to be really exciting. We're going to be doing a dono-a-thon/subathon, but the way that we're going to do it, which there might be so many things that break, sorry in advance, we'll see how we figure out how to do this. But we're going to be doing the type of stream where like you're able to donate and to cause things to happen within the game. So we're going to be doing a one-shot. We're likely going to be using the I immediately forgot the system name. Cat was the system name. Contract.
Contract, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, we're gonna be playing the system Contract, which is gonna be really fun. And that's gonna be something that like you're gonna actually be able to pay to like, you donate maybe $2 and it gets you to like decide that we have an advantage here or a disadvantage. Some of them are really funny. One of them is just called Giant Woman.
Yeah.
And it's up to Cat to decide what the fuck that means when we hit that. Which actually, do you want to share?
I mean, I don't know. That seems pretty self-explanatory to me, Silver.
Good point. Actually, I think Cat, you have the image? Are you able to bring it on stream for people to see?
I certainly can. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Take your time, please.
Where did you say this? Who's general something?
Mitha put a little fun fact in the chat. When did you use it the second time?
Okay.
While Cat's looking that up.
I'm pulling up the episode credits real quick. I don't want to say this incorrectly, but I did use it a second time. I believe the first was. I'm checking the credits.
All good.
I like how I don't recognize my own music when I don't hear it.
Yeah, Game de Voix connected to Turtle Island. First used in episode 16.
Yeah.
And then I think the second was Load.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Yes, episode 8.
Bing bong.
It was used again in 18 in the scene where Kane and Christina were in New York visiting Christina's actual family, and there's a moment there when Kane pulls Christina's dad aside.
Shit, yeah. I forgot about that scene. Oh my god,
that was
that's
really
a perfect moment.
beautiful.
That's a good. Also, I can't wait to like deep dive into Jine, you know, culture and stuff, so I can help you out with that for season 2, Mitha.
Bam.
I'm still looking for actually. I wanted one of the things that I've kind of hyperfixated on is like Navajo women's dress.
I'll put Christina in it. Fuck yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, but also, well, fun fact, Navajo is, if I'm not wrong, the actual, it's not the indigenous term for Jine anymore. So
there's a better term now.
There's a newer, updated term that I learned from, thankfully, a wonderful Jine, you know, tribal members. It sounds French, but it's not. That's why whenever I say it, like, I keep thinking it's a French word, but it's not. I mean, well, it is technically, but like, the pronunciation is the same, the spelling's different. But yeah, but there's still obviously tribal members who use Navajo, other tribal members use, you know, DNA. And I'll explain all that another time. But
this is definitely something we're gonna need to dive into for season 2.
Yeah.
Is the donation thing visible, or do I need to cover someone's face?
It is visible. It's just really
small. Yeah.
All right.
Unfortunately, it is.
Damn, gonna need that 72-inch screen with the zoom in feature to read that.
Yeah, I think for now you can cover some of our faces. Yeah. Where are my glasses? I've been missing my glasses for a week. I can't read shit.
Bro.
I need to pull it up at like 1080p and like zoom the fuck in to read it.
Yeah, let's see.
Or they can just look at the post that's on Blue Sky.
Well, do you want to link it?
Yeah, just cover me. I do not need to.
Just temporarily. I'll go through what they are and everything for anybody that's interested. So we have a bunch of stuff. There's the sub dono goals starts at $2.50, as in $2.50. Our goal is 200 in total. First one is chat decides ski. Second one is insta kill enemy. I guess I'll do by dollar. So like at $2.50, chat decides ski at $5, insta kill enemy at $10, special interest based side quest. At $15, NPC suddenly has a connection to a player. So it's like randomly an NPC suddenly is like a cousin or something crazy. Or it's like an ex that they fucked or something like that. At $20, chat decides character's next move. So like,
I feel
wherever
like
we are in the scene, when that thing gets hit, you guys decide whoever's character is what their next move is.
I feel like I'm gonna have to worry about you, Mitha, or Kat using that NPC has a connection with player on Tony and just picking his exes for him.
Yeah, we'll see. At $30,
not denying it, which upsets me.
$30, revive previously insta-killed player or enemy. Revive previously insta-killed enemy, pissed and stronger. So like at $5, there's an enemy that gets insta-killed and then they get revived later, which I thought was funny. And then $40
No one stays
player
dead in this universe.
$40 player enemy get OP item, so coin flip of if it's us or the enemy. $50 upload Blood of the Triad Sims houses to the gallery. So I, on my personal stream, made some of the Blood of the Triad houses. I made Kane's house, and I made Christina's house, and I made Fang's house. I didn't make Tony's because he technically doesn't have a
You
house.
should make a pawn shop. You should make a pawn
Yeah,
shop.
but I wanted to make a pawn shop. I
was,
never ended up.
I was supposed to make like basic diagrams of what kind of place it would look like. My bad.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Again, so we have 3 of them. We don't have all of them, but still, I was like, that could be fun if people want to fuck around with that. And then yeah, 75 giant woman. $100 incorporate a sex toy into the scene.
That would be easy
125.
if things involved.
Yeah, 125. We strip. So that's exactly what it sounds like. I'm not going to describe further. 150. Silver does art giveaway. I'll do an art giveaway. I don't know. 175. Yeah, I draw, by the way, sometimes. Series genre reveal. So for the next series, like what the genre is going to be revealed. And then a 200 series name reveal. So they actually know what the name of the series is. And then there's the incentives, which is like, if you as an individual donate $10, you get to spin the wheel. At $15, if you donate 15 or 6 gifted, you ban a word of your choice. So, Ace, are you fucking naked? Okay.
When you mentioned strip.
You're funny. But at 20, your name on a member's tits. So we're gonna have stickies. They were gonna be able to put on our characters and stuff like that. And the partner subs, Patreon subs incentive specifically is like if you're dono, if instead of like donating like a flat amount, you decide to subscribe on our Patreon, 1 free no but / yes and. So a minor GM action, you get the ability to have that. NPCs named after Patreon. So like if you we'll just have NPCs that end up being named after our Patreons. Give one targeted advantage or disadvantage to chosen player, NPC, enemy. And that is so those are things that if you subscribe to Patreon, you just get those things every single time we do a donathon. And those are specifically exclusive to Patreon subs. And then we have our stretch goals, which at 250, I'll do spicy Fang ASMR. At 300, Jackbox stream where viewers can join the game. At 350, favorite TTRPG discussion stream. So that'll be something that Kat and Mitha probably do at the very least together. And then the rest of us might, whoever the fuck is around and wants to, will do that too. But at the very least, Kat having so much experience GMing, I thought that would be really interesting and maybe a fun stream. And then at 450, sexy raccoon pinup art. Because you can never have enough of that. And then at 500, this is the one that I know that I know one of our viewers is very excited for and really wants us to do, which is Blood of the Triad, problematic human high school AU one shot.
I wonder who wants that.
Yeah. Looks at Dove. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and yeah, Fang is going to fuck a teacher. That is exactly why it's problematic. Because that's gonna happen. He's gonna be 17 and he's gonna fuck a teacher. That's come on. It feels it has to. But yeah, Kat, you can take it off the screen now. I've read it all. But yeah, that's on the 22nd of this month at 6 p.m. EST. So it starts the same time that we started today. And it'll go until we're fucking exhausted, basically. We'll probably take a break in the middle. And we'll go for as long as we feel like it / can. It's capped, it's not uncapped. Like there are some people who do like donathons, subathons, and they and like if you donate, you're able to make it longer, but we're all fucking disabled. We can't do that. So
yeah, we all know how it turned out for that one tiefling.
What's that?
I think that was a Melissa reference.
Yeah, Tiefling Melissa did a stream that extended every time someone donated. Every single time it was getting close to being over, she would make a post bragging about it, and then it would add on like 30 or 60 more hours. And it's like, I know it's going to keep happening. That's why I'm going to keep laughing about it.
Oh God,
that's fair. Hey, Kat, have fun with the Ace NPC.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a
That's
great time.
right. I'm a patron sub.
I don't know why you're so fucking
And
Patreon.
you should be too. Huh?
Yeah, well,
I still don't know why the fuck you're a Patreon subscriber.
yeah. What are you doing?
Who are you?
What? I'm not a full member. Yeah, of course. I gotta support the shit I like.
You're
Both
literally
art
part of
and
the
money, I
curriculum.
guess.
Oh God.
I will eventually
What do
give
you
back
mean? You're
all of that
basically
money.
one of us.
That is a
Whatever.
promise, my friend.
Ah, well, can't wait till when that happens.
I mean, yeah,
Ah.
that's fair. I would love to be able to pay you for your work.
Yeah,
By the way,
that's kind
well,
of
use me, use me while you can.
well, I will say we do. Ace and I have some art stuff that we're looking at possibly doing together. So
Mhm.
this okay. I'm gonna talk about if people are interested. I'm gonna talk about it anyway. But I'm talking a little bit more a business side of things. For how do we keep the lights on? You know, and currently like we're doing everything completely out of pocket. Of course, that's how businesses start anyway, right? Like you invest and then you hope you receive back on your investment. And I know that sounds annoying and awful and capitalistic, but like there's not much that can be done about that. Like the best that we can do is work as a co-op and also try to do things as ethically as we can, you know. There is not going to be a perfect solution because inevitably like the way that things are set up within capitalism involves exploitation of other countries and making them worse and stealing their resources. And I'm going to talk about colonialism. Fuck.
Moving on from that. Continue, Silver.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
come
need
offer
the,
to help pay for something for the group. Silver rolls up a newspaper threateningly at me.
We
Yeah,
need to have a redeem that is just hitting Silver with a newspaper.
Yeah.
Listen. The voices. But anyway, basically we're going to be doing our best to like do what we can. But one of the things that we were talking about is like getting more creative with our options, because yes, inevitably, if we remain committed, which I do believe in this group a lot, to do that, like we will eventually get to a point where it's sustainable. But my job, you know, that nobody has assigned me, I've just taken it on. I've decided this is my job, is like making us as viable as quickly as possible, you know, so that people are able to eventually get to a point where they can do their work that they do at home part-time and then eventually do this full-time. Because ultimately, like, we don't want it to just end with us supporting ourselves, but like we
We
want
to make more content.
Yeah, but like we want there to be more trans content. We want there to be more trans stories. And also we want to also support fellow trans creators. So like commissioning artists that are trans and like just working with more trans creators. Like ultimately we want to be able to be in a position eventually where we have the power to be helpful to our fellow trans people. Like we're very community focused in that sense. Like that is our ultimate goal, is to get to that point where we can support not just ourselves, but like other trans people and help other trans people. And like we are political, you know, like we are very political to the point where like there are other creators that are doing, you know, trans content as well. But I think in our case, like we're doing the trans content while also being very vocally about like it doesn't end here. And for us, we do want to be involved with advocacy and with outreach and help. And like it's so much more than just us telling trans stories, you know. We want it to be so much more, which I think is part of also why we're also committed, because we don't just see it as like a fun story thing to do. We are committed to it like morally, you know, with our convictions, with what we want to create and how we want to help people, our fellow siblings across the world, you know, which seems grand, but like, why can't we do that? You know, why can't that be our ultimate goal? I don't see why not, you know, and it has to start somewhere. So we're starting here, and ultimately, like, I'm trying to get creative with how to get us at least financed to the point where we're not bleeding every time we do a show, to at least just get us level, so that at the very least we can just fund the art, and ultimately, like, we're still going to be not really paid for our time yet, but that's fine. We do this because we love it. You know, it's going to be something that takes time. And we knew that from the beginning. There was no, I think this is something that I think is important to talk about too, is like, see, people will say like, oh, to stream, you have to do it because you love it and you can't expect like success or like financial success. And I'm like, well, yes and no. Like, if your only goal is that and you're expecting to get it within like a year or something, then yeah, you're in the wrong mindset. But if you are like, I'm going to make it work eventually and I'm committed to it taking 6 to 8 years or more, you know, then you're in the right mindset. You know, I think the only real difference that people need to do is like, they need to understand that it's going to take time, you know? And if you are committed to it, and this is like something that I believe so strongly, you have to make your own luck to a degree, where like every post you make, every video you put out, every
silly meme.
Yeah, every silly meme, like every time you do that, you are creating an opportunity for people to see you and know you exist. And so ultimately, the more you create, the more chances you have of people knowing you exist, right? And so that's why we have the shorts. That's why we have streams. That's why we have, you know, the big videos. Like, all of this stuff all goes towards hoping that more people can find us. And the people that we know will enjoy our content will be glad that we exist, you know? But yeah, that's a little bit more behind the scenes of like our philosophy and stuff like that, which we've talked about a number of times. But ultimately, like, that's the glue that keeps us all together, is having the same like moral baseline. Yeah, like a goal, and like the what we want to pursue as a group is very cohesive. But yeah, anyway.
Did we get back to favorite moments?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that's where we left off.
I remembered. Every Farms remembers.
Yes.
Welcome to the uncut version, where you will hear our tangents.
Yep. Ultimately, yeah. That is
Thank
what
you,
this
Mitha,
is.
for all your hard work of cutting out all of our tangents. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Welcome to Kane's Uncut.
Yeah, who were we on? Were we on Mitha or?
I think
Silver and Kane have gone. Silver and Ace have gone. Mitha and Azure still need to go.
Oh, well, I already know like what my favorite moment was. And that was sassy fucking bitch Christina.
Oh, to Gabriel?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, Bitches Must Submit was such a good.
Oh,
It's
such
like
a good
she
callback.
took it and she gave it right back to him. And also, like, when she absolutely just eviscerated him, it's just like, you want to know what he did say? He said he loved his brother. He said he loved his family, and you did this to him.
Yeah.
That's such a good scene.
Yeah.
That was episode 19. And it's just, that was my favorite. Azure, you got it.
I definitely I can easily say my favorite moment with Tony was during the warehouse ambush, where at first it looked like we were screwed and that we were gonna like get carted off or die or something, and then like we had some good rolls, and I think it was Fang ended up diablerizing someone. Tony managed to whip around on the mind control from Christina's sire, and my role suddenly became so good that I almost took out both Christina and Fang's antagonist in one fight without really trying. And
two separate moments was funny.
The fact of like the story would have been so different. Like Tony came so close to robbing both Christina and Fang of their like satisfaction, their catharsis, their like essentially the proper end to their plot. It was just hilarious, and it's like, this is what Tony looks like when he's serious. He is going to ruin someone.
Yeah.
Tony is the reason that Christina's sire ran away from that fight limping, and that Christina like caught up to her and just diablerized her. Tony, Tony was screwing around, and he almost put Gabriel into physical impairment, and Gabriel had to resort to like
Gabriel
mind
has
control.
Very strong physical capabilities.
Oh yeah, Gabriel was strong physically, and Tony was. Tony was playing dirty, and he almost crippled him.
It was a long fight, and everyone was very purposely burning everything they had. And so basically every roll was, oh yeah, I'll add an extra dice to that. I'll spend my hunger to get more dice on here.
They had an advantage, and somehow the dice were like, no, I'm going to make this interesting.
Yeah.
I remember that, Kat, you even said, you were like, I made this fight on purpose really fucking hard. I didn't think you guys were going to get out of it.
And the dice were like, oh, well did you now?
Y'all didn't lose.
Yeah. Me too. I was like fully.
The only thing that stopped Tony from killing was the fact that Christina's sire snapped out of her daze, and that Gabriel used the mind trick. Otherwise, Tony would have had 2 kills under his belt right then and there.
Yeah. I do also want to say, like, speaking of the mind trick stuff, one of the things that I really wanted for Fang that you guys will have noticed throughout, like, a theme that happened throughout the whole story is, like, there was at no point where anybody successfully did any mind shit to him, even because I bought a very expensive, by the way, very expensive, took so much of my XP.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, you didn't buy the first one because it's an ability that you receive from your disciplines.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the blood bond thing.
Yes.
The unbondable, or what? Is that what it's called? Unbondable?
Yeah.
Yeah. The unbondable thing, which, like, is a very expensive thing. I think it's like $5 or something. It's an expensive thing. Yeah, it's expensive as fuck to purchase. But I bought it because I was like, it's one of those ones where, like, it can never come up and not be useful in a game, or it can be extremely useful. And I mentioned to Kat that I did want it to be relevant. How it was going to be relevant, I didn't know when I purchased it at first, and then later on, like, it became clear what it was going to be used for. But
oh yeah, that came up in a fun way later.
Yeah, it came up in a really fun way.
You gave me a perfect opportunity to screw over the villains. Like, it was too good not to use.
Yeah, it was very, very good.
It's also like fun. Just the natural logical progression of, obviously they're gonna blood bond you.
Yeah,
then
of
you're
course.
Controllable.
Yeah.
You know, like.
Yeah, exactly. And it was something that, like, this is one of those things. It's interesting. Sometimes things bleed from real life into characters, right? Mm-hmm. I really like something that I feel is like I'm deeply uncomfortable with. Which is actually, like, it was a discussion me and Kat had, because I was like, is this bumping up against one of my lines? Yeah. For the way that this was going to be played. But for me, like, in real life, I really don't. I have a deep, like, discomfort and, like, I guess fear against, like, not being able to control my own faculties. Like, for example, I've never been drunk before. I've never done drugs, even though, by the way, they're completely legal in my country. And, like, there's a dispensary, like, in the city next to me. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's very, like, I could just buy some and whatever, and it wouldn't be a thing. But for me, and, like, it's even been suggested to me by people before, because I deal with chronic pain. But I just couldn't, it gives me too much anxiety and whatever. So it's something that definitely bleeds into, like, I don't like if my character also, like, I don't like playing a character. I think also it's my autism a little bit, where I really struggle to imagine what a character that I'm playing looks like when they are being, like, influenced in a way. Like, I find that extremely difficult, because I have a very clear idea of who this character is. So like trying to think about it, like who they are when they're not them is a weird question to ask. But it was great having Kat like talk through it with me a little bit, because even though he wasn't being mind controlled and whatever, I still had to have him pretend to be kind of, and that was a little like I had to. It was something it was to the point where I talked with my therapist about it, you know, and I discussed like how do I do this, you know, because I was bumping up against me as a player being a little uncomfortable with doing some of this stuff, and then but me as a writer being like, this is great, you know, like my writer brain was like, yes, drama, yes, you know, like hell yeah, ooh, complicated, interesting story point. But me as a player being like, am I going to be able to play this out in a way that, am I going to be able to do it at all because of like my own comfortability? But Kat and I discussed it, and we got to a point where I was like, okay, I think I can do it this way.
I
And
think
also
we lost him.
Nope.
Huh?
Oh, Silver, your
What?
audio. Come back,
No!
buddy. Come back. Come
I
back
would
to
tr-
us.
What? Am I here? Hello? Mr.
Silver?
We
Obama?
lost you, Silver.
Silver,
are
we
you-
can't hear you.
Silver, are you still on your monologue? Silver, come back.
I'm here. What the fuck?
Okay, your captioning is working.
Hello?
I'm here. What the fuck? That's so
Your
funny.
captioning is working, but we can't hear you.
Okay, what the hell?
Check this Discord. Check this.
Do I have to exit out and come back?
Blah, blah. Okay.
Did you hit a button
Like,
by
I
accident,
see,
or did
like,
the battery
I
die?
can see
Or
Silver's
Mitha.
audio and OBS spiking,
maybe-
but like we don't hear it. What the
What the
hell?
fuck? What the fuckity? Okay, I'm gonna
I just
exit
like
out and
seeing
come
when Silver says "What the fuck." And
Okay,
then
yeah,
we don't hear
exit
him.
out
Yeah,
Come back.
Discord and come back, man.
yeah.
Thank God.
That's so funny.
Bing
Hello?
bong.
Now I
Hey,
hear
we
you.
hear you.
We hear you. Does
What the
stream hear
fuck?
us?
We did not hear your bing bong.
I hear both of you guys.
What the fuckity?
Oh, I hear a fuckity.
Fuckity.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. You're slightly
Yes.
quieter.
Oh, weird. Okay, I guess make me louder.
I'm working on it.
What was the last thing you guys heard me say?
How excited you were as a writer to do that
Yes.
scene, but not as a player.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Yeah, basically, that was more or less what I was saying anyway, was just like, I was fighting with my brain of like my writer brain and my storyteller brain being like, oh, yes, this is great. This is so juicy. And then like my player brain being like, oh, but it's just bumping up against like one of my lines, you know? And that was something that we discussed a lot, but I was really glad that we were able to do it. And Kat is amazing as a GM, and we have a good,
Aw,
we have a
thank
good
you.
rapport. I trust her so much. And
I,
so-
I feel like truly honored that I was able to give that scene to you.
Yeah,
and
I
in
appreciate
ways
it.
that made you feel safe.
Yeah, and like this is the thing too. Like it's one of those things where like I could have just said I'm not going to do it because whatever, but I am so, and I think all of us kind of have the same brain of like
Mhm.
the story is so important to us and we care so much about telling a good story, you know, that if we can find a way of telling a story, you know, we want to do it. And so like I really wanted to find a way that I could do it anyway. And Kat and I had like lots of late night discussions about it. And it was very, this is also like, we are all very involved in the kink scene as a group, you know, as individual people, but like all of us are, it just feels, being queer, you know, it's very common. And so we had like, you know, we had basically like, it was a discussion of like essentially having like safe words, and like, it felt very much like you're discussing a scene, you know,
I mean, we were
for
you
like
know,
a kink scene.
Kink is way more intertwined into tabletop RPGs than people initially give it credit for.
Yeah. Which I think was part of also, like we were talking before about like how we came up with the game, and one of the main things that we definitely wanted to include, and it was absolutely like a theme, was kink as a
Yeah.
general thing. You know, Mitha's character Christina, of course, being like a leather worker within the kink scene, and then Fang being a procurer of sexual experiences.
Meanwhile, Tony was just a freak TM in general.
yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Tony sold kink stuff. He just, didn't care if it was kink stuff.
Yeah.
It's like,
Tony was a little more like
Yeah.
money
yeah.
is money.
Yeah.
And the freaks pay for it, so obviously I'm going to keep it in stock.
Yeah. Something I really want to do, speaking of kink, is like I want to do a scene with Fang. And actually, speaking of kink, Fang and Kane, their first time meeting, them almost trying to kill each other and then fucking is
Truly iconic.
Very on
Peak-
point.
peak stuff. Very good. Loved it.
Oh, and then having aftercare, slight aftercare after.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it was very good. We were very intentional about it, and I was super. Like, it's a little rough because it was actually the first time that you and I were like RPing together, so we were a little
So
nervous and stuff.
Funny thing to say.
Yeah.
It's not as kinky or as it could be.
Well,
But
I
it's
think
still a good
That's
watch.
definitely
Still
an
a good
activity for a first time scene.
but like, but I think it'll be fun. Like something that I would love. I mean, listen, we have so many ideas of stuff we'd love to do. Like, I would love to do like another like spicy episode of Kane and Fang where it's like really like proper, like they set up a scene, and
Yes.
properly do it. Listen, I just want to see Kane on all fours. What can I say? Now, see, that's some of my personal
Well, then
stuff coming
pay him
in.
to
Like, I
draw it.
love puppy boys. Huh?
Pay him to draw it then.
I was thinking more specifically, like, as actually like RPing a scene like that.
I'll draw it anyways.
Attaboy.
Listen, we're all gay here,
I can't wait to just do more scenes with everyone. But
Yeah.
that one sounds like a good one. That sounds like a good time.
Yeah, maybe that's gonna be fun. I'm excited. Listen. There's lots of other scenes we would love to do, but we're trying to take a break from Vampire the Masquerade IRL here. Obviously, like not a break right now because we're talking about it here. But we're gonna do some other series in between before we come back to a season 2 of Vampire the Masquerade. There's also like lots of stuff that I'm hoping for.
Self-care break.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, I think the thing is like VTM is a very emotionally heavy game, which is
I had
fun.
so much trouble just getting through episode 20.
Episode 20 was a lot. It was
Yeah.
a lot, but it was like good though. Like I was so proud of how it ended and everything, and like it's one of those things where like this is the beauty of it being all completely like spontaneous because it's improv, right? Is like I knew it was going to end, but I didn't, because like of course the natural ending, when we're going into episode 20 is like, well, they're gonna either all gonna fucking die, at Elysium, or they're gonna leave. So one way or another, the end of that, like it's gonna end somehow. So I was like, I didn't know how it was gonna end. I didn't know what the drama was gonna be, but either way, I knew it was gonna be explosive. Because of Tony.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I mean, I was pretty certain that Tony was gonna blow up Elysium. Like, I don't know what else. What you dropped too much like foreshadowing to not blow up Elysium,
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
Tony brought too many explosives for them not to be used.
This is why we will never be considered official VTM canon.
Yeah.
I don't know. Blow up
But-
Elysium seems pretty official VTM to me.
I'm so excited for season 2. We already there's already some stuff going on that like we've picked out somebody who's gonna play a certain character that's gonna be really interesting.
And
That
you don't
I'm
even know
thinking,
what's
like,
going on with that, and it's great.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with that. I am still gonna try to fuck him
Huh?
because I'm me, naturally. This other character.
We know.
Yeah.
We know.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Respectfully, we know.
Oh wait, something I didn't talk about at all actually yet, which feels crazy, is Fang being disabled.
Thank
Which-
disability.
Yeah, which is something that like I actually wasn't initially planning on having him have a disability, but I think as like with my own disability journey, like where it was, I was like, I think I would like to include that, And it wasn't like it's I think something that I wish, but you weren't able to see it like throughout the game too much, unless I guess maybe you can if you're really paying attention. But like I, for example, was very careful when I used what is it? You know what I mean? When I used blood. What is it? Blood.
Diablerie.
No. When I used like blood points or whatever the fuck. What is it?
Your hunger.
Hunger
dice.
Yes, hunger points. That's what I was looking for. When I use my hunger points, because of Fang's disability. So as vampires, like the base way that it works, right, is what is it? I think it's 4 you start to get effects, and then at 5.
3 there's some effects, but 4 is like when it really properly sets in.
Yeah. So for Fang, it was like at 3 there's a lot of stuff that happens at 3. Actually, I could pull it up and I can actually tell you guys exactly what it is now that the season's over. I
Now
can
that
literally
it's revealed.
Yeah, I can actually tell you exactly how it works. And I think I would like us to format it and post it somewhere, Kat.
Yeah,
because I think it would be really cool for other people who want to play VTM with a character that has a disability. And the thing that's fun about it is like it's very in lore. Like it's not like he has it's very like a disability specific to vampires. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
How do I search it? Roll 20. Roll 20. I thought I had it open already, but I guess I fucking don't. Roll20.net, baby. Yeah. Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Every time y'all say bing bong, I just want to say the second part of it, but I'm trying to be good.
What's the second
anytime I hear bing bong, fuck your mom, that's how it goes in my brain. Every time you say bing bong,
Oh, it's supposed to be fuck your life.
I know it's fuck your life, but fuck your mom, it's funnier. That's all that ever comes to my brain, and I have to hold myself every single time.
Ace has pigeons on the brain.
Clearly,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Talk about being a bird brain.
Because the only one that I know is bing bong with like that accent or whatever.
And hey,
You know the one I'm talking
Oh,
about.
the one of the woman going ding dong.
Yes.
That's partly where I'm getting mine from.
Yeah. That's where like
Bing
that's the one
bong.
I think about. I don't know any others. Like bing bong.
Bing bong.
I don't know
fuck
where
your
I
life.
started mine.
Listen, do we know where we are 90% of the time? Probably not.
Mm.
But yeah, let me
And
open up.
respectfully, Ace, fucking mothers is my thing.
You take the catchphrase then.
God. Okay. His holy shit, I forgot how long it is. So his disability is called blood imperfection. So blood imperfection. When their hunger is 3 or higher, the magic of the blood becomes weak. Due to this instability, take -1 penalty to physical rolls. At 4 hunger, even social interactions become difficult and require serious effort, causing a -1 to social rolls as well. At 5 hunger, all physical and social rolls take a -2 penalty. Any rolls made under these conditions aggravate these symptoms, requiring an additional check of stamina plus resolve plus blood potency of difficulty 2. Any failed checks incur aggravated hunger damage, which can only be healed through a blood transfusion from their creator, anyone whose blood is involved in the ritual. Each dot of aggravated hunger damage needs to be healed with an equivalent amount of blood from the subject. So it's long and complicated, and it is very much like, at least the second half especially is very specific to Fang, but the first half I feel like anybody can use and flavor to their liking. But basically
And
what
there's a
this
second
meant was
ability
like,
that you purchased that you had me
yes.
hack as well.
Yeah, there was this was another one that we got. Where was it? Was it Sanguine Surge is what it was. We got, so this was fun because I was like, so whenever you fail a rouse check when utilizing Blood Surge, add 1 dice to your dice pool, which I thought was kind of fun because essentially, like, I like the idea that, and this is the thing that's interesting, right? Like, disabilities change the way in which you experience the world around you. You know, the way that you have to go around the world is just different. So I liked that there was like it's not like a benefit, but it's like when he fails a route check, use like Blood Surge, add 1 dice to your dice pool. So it's like when he fails at something, he also gets like the possibility of getting back up, you know? But a lot of what we discussed with it, specifically for Blood Imperfection, is it actually came from my experience and my disability. So I'm going to go through and explain like a little bit. So the reason why the first penalty that comes is physical is because, talking to Kat about it, and I was like, when I'm in a lot of pain, the first thing that goes is my ability to actually move my body. But I can socially pass just fine. So if I'm sitting down and I'm chatting with somebody, I can be in a lot of pain and have it not affect my social stuff yet, But when it's really bad, which is why at Hunger 4, social interaction becomes more difficult and requires serious effort, is like, it's basically mimicking what goes first in my personal abilities when, like, as a disabled person. So the first thing that goes for me is my physical ability to do stuff, because it's physical pain and stuff like that. And then when it gets really bad, it becomes hard to think. I have a harder time concentrating, trying to like keep up. I become really exhausted. So that's why it's that way. And then at Hunger 5, it's like when it's really bad and I take physical and social rules, take a 2 penalty. I'm like, I can't do anything. I can't speak. I'm in bed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really fucked up. So we based the Blood Imperfection, like the disability, the way that it worked, on my personal experience with my disability, which I like a lot. And I think this is something that, like, I think people should take advantage of more when you're creating characters, is like, take advantage of the flaws, of them being. And I think Kat and I have the same thing where, like, the thing that we love about TTRPGs is the mechanics, right? So, like, mixing lore with mechanics is my favorite thing. I love it so deeply. So having something that, like, that is like a something that you decide about your character, which is why we end up like hacking shit, because we're like, ooh, there's something specific about this character. It could be really interesting if we integrated that as an actual thing that, like, has consequences outside of just being flavor, but, like, also having consequences by rolling and, like, actually within the game, which I think makes it feel more real, which I think is also why, like, I would love to talk too about, like, Christina and Tony, you guys, the stuff that the custom stuff that we did for you guys too. I would love to talk about that as well.
Christina's custom stuff never got used.
Not yet. No.
It as of yet, it has not been used.
But she does have some custom. Actually, I mean, I think it actually kind of works out because she is the newer one, and I feel like her first season being more like her coming in, figuring, she's still stumbling through the vampire world, and I think the next season is really going to be her settling in and, like, having more of a, like, come to fruition moment, of, like, I'm really excited for the stuff that we've done for Christina. She has some custom stuff that we made that hasn't been used yet, that is I'm so excited. Anyway.
Specifically, it's custom ritual spell.
Yeah, which is super cool. It's stuff, like, related to her personality and, like, her interests as a person that make their way into actual, like, vampire world. And this is the thing, I love it so much. I love mechanics being, like, introduced that are so specific to characters and stuff like that. I think that's so fun.
Yeah. And then we already
So
talked
that
about Tony's fire
Tony's
stuff.
flamethrower.
Yeah, I mean, the fire
Yeah.
stuff just was something he held on to as, like, he's very creative only out of laziness of, like, it's like, these are the resources I have, I'm gonna make something out of them, even if it's just, hey, I'm gonna pick up a satellite dish out of a trash can and chuck it at a generator.
Which was so
Truly,
funny. God.
truly iconic.
Our first episode.
The
was
season started and ended with Tony taking out a power grid, and that's all I want.
It was very good. It was very, like, perfect.
It was poetic.
It was excellent. I love
Giant shiny red button that says "shut off." Tony.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Tony, no, that'd be too easy. I don't want the shit coming back on. Sets up explosives.
Yeah. No, it was so good. And then I actually
It was
don't
my
remember.
own fault when I tried to gamble. I was like, hey, DM, can I use my luck? And the luck dice were like, ha ha ha.
No.
Yeah, they were.
I made
was
things
so
worse for
happy
myself on accident, but it made the story better.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was also a fun thing that is, like, not at all related to VTM, but Kat decided to introduce luck dice, which I thought was fun. It's like,
It's
how
something
lucky
I've
are
seen
you
I
in
this
thought
other
luck
season?
dice were
games.
part of it.
Yeah.
It's something
like-
I've seen other GMs do that I really like.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think this is the thing. Like, we're very casual with the way that we play games. You know, our next game that we're going to be doing is going to be a fucking hack and a half. So that'll be interesting. And I can't remember, Ace, did Kane have? I know we talked about him having some custom power stuff, but did you guys end up doing that? I don't remember.
We don't have anything directly figured out yet. But
No.
It's
Okay.
also so far in the future that we're not really worrying about it yet.
Yeah, that might be.
Yeah.
We probably might have to think about it for the second season, but at least for the first season, it wasn't really necessary because I mean, to be fair, we didn't know at the time that I was gonna be there for like the last like 4 episodes.
The finale, yeah.
The finale.
Yeah, it kind of just worked out that way.
Became such an integral part of the story when it's just like, well, might as well flesh out this character a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I'm excited for. I'm excited to explore more of Fang and Kane's relationship, which you'll see. Oh, the beginning of next season is going to be a little crazy, but I'm very excited for
You
it.
know, even though it's
and
several years from coming to fruition.
Yeah, listen, I'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
But I think kind of something that already sort
Much
of
to Dove's
happened.
delight.
Yeah, I think something that sort of happened, but it wasn't necessarily written, is like, I think you said you kind of adjusted like his power, for example, when he was calming down Christina, right? And I think like calming the wraiths, was it?
Yeah.
Like, that's not necessarily 100% how that power like technically works, but that was something you guys decided, and that was like,
Rule of cool.
yeah,
that
well,
was
also
very rule of cool. Yeah.
yeah, but I which, you know, listen, I don't even know if like that's necessarily what for us. It's just like what narratively makes sense. If this power is going to work slightly differently based on this character, it feels like, and again, it tied back into like the whole thing of like, we really wanted to be more conscious and respectful of the culture that was used, and you know, then they were fucking racist about it, to inspire werewolves. Yeah, literally, for werewolves, and we were like, let's rectify that, you know. And so any opportunity we had to rewrite that, like, I'm really glad that like Kat, you took that, you know, and it was beautiful. I love that moment a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I love our game so much. I'm so proud of us.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm so proud of us, and I'm so
Yeah.
excited for us to do for the things that are to come. Like, I can't wait for you guys to get to know more about Kane, because he actually has a really interesting backstory now too.
Yeah.
Which we discussed on my personal stream when we were making his house ages ago, his apartment, a while ago. But yeah, Kane has like a whole backstory and everything that I'm excited for us to have like more involvement with. I hope there will be more involvement in werewolves in general. Like, Kane's the only werewolf that we've met throughout the story, you know?
I can
I
absolutely
want
promise
more.
you more werewolves.
Yay. I'm
Can't
so
wait for
excited.
Tony to immediately get on their bad side.
Oh god.
Oh God, yeah, especially the one I'm thinking about
Oh,
right now.
Trust me,
no.
you will probably get on her bad side.
Yep.
Oh, her.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
I was like,
absolutely.
I actually, okay, I do want to say something. People think that it's actually happened a couple times where people have thought that Fang was a Tremere, or no, not a Toreador. Sorry, where they thought he was a Toreador because he's, you know, pretty and slutty and whatever, right?
I never heard that.
Well, yeah, it's personal. Like, I think there's been 2 people who who watched a little bit of the show, but they hadn't like watched the whole thing or anything. And they were like, oh yeah, he's, you know, like, they were talking about like the stereotype of Tremeres and whatever. And they were like, but I like your character because, you know, XYZ. And I was like, oh, well, he's not a Tremere at all, actually.
And they were like, what?
But I think that's
mean-
what I loved was also really fun is like,
Karate is
be-
a Tremere.
do I mean Tremere? What do I mean? I meant
Okay,
Toreador.
this is the thing
I
that
saw
happened
the
all the
caption
way.
say tree beer.
This is the
Hey.
thing that happened all the way through the series. Is like people switching
Yeah.
up Toreador and Tremere.
We're all dyslexic.
We all
I
have
don't know
the
what to tell you.
dyslexia that mixes. It starts with the same letter. It's the same word. I refuse to.
Yeah.
My brain refuses
Sort of that
to
just
understand
know me
it.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's T's and R's in it, so they're the same to me. It's awful.
Yeah,
Tremere-
and the thing is, they have nothing in common.
Yeah,
They
Tremere
are
are
quite
the
different.
wizards. Toreadors are the
The art bitches.
prissy
Yeah.
art bitches. Yeah.
Yeah, so Toreador is what I meant. But yeah, they thought he was a Toreador, and they were talking about how, and I was like, actually, he's a Ventru, and they went, what? And I went, yeah. But I think what's interesting is like I still think he actually fits the Toreador like thing still very well, because he does the whole leadership thing. He also is very ambitious and confident, and I think I really liked having a very like femme spin on that, a very gay femme queer spin on what that looks like. You know, like he still very much fits the Toreador quote unquote like general stereotype actually. But I think people look at him and they definitely don't think that, right?
Yeah.
But if you get to know him, like you're like, oh yeah, he's ambitious, he wants to take over the Triad, like that makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
But he's also, as we find out, which I think explains some of his abrasiveness sometimes, is that he's also a Bruja, which is very fun. And actually, I don't know if we even mentioned this to the audience. Well, if you know VTM, you will have noticed this. But he has a mix of, I think it's his flaws, right? Let me open the thing again. Let me take a look. Let me open up my stats here.
I think we mentioned it because we explicitly stated, Akuchi, your other parent was Bruja. I don't think we ever went, oh, he's both, maybe, necessarily. But
I don't know, but yeah.
Explicit context clues, it would have made sense, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's his prey exclusion is
We
specific.
never flat out said it, and that was by design.
Yeah, it's like, but you can definitely pick that up because I think it was his prey exclusion, like one of his things. What is it? He got, oh yeah. So I think, was it Potence that he got from, Potence was one of the ones that he just started with, which like, if you know VTM, starting off with Potence as a Ventru doesn't make sense because you can't have that as something you just start with. But he is also, so he had the pool of both. And he also, his flaws are mixed between flaws that are specifically Ventru and Bruja. So anyway, if you watched the show, you would have noticed these things happen. If you're like, but again, also like so many other things are happening, and I don't expect people who like the game was honestly like with the way that we played it and everything, especially with Christina.
Pretty chaotic.
Yeah, it was chaotic, but it was also like this wasn't like you don't have to know anything about VTM to watch the show and enjoy it. You know, like we didn't know anything about it. Actually, that's something crazy too. Somebody else who was watching was like, oh yeah, like it was really cool watching. Like, they were like, oh, like they thought that Mitha was the only one that had never played before. And we was like, no, none of us had.
I've never played.
course-
I have watched a couple of series.
Yeah,
of
same.
VTM, and I know a decent amount. And thus, because I'm repairing as the GM, I tried to learn as much about the lore as I could.
Yeah.
Um,
And we read a lot of, like, I watched a bunch of YouTube videos that I shared with people, and I watched them myself. Like,
Yeah.
we watched so much lore stuff.
because the lore
But
of
I do
VTM is so important to the game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
It
it's
is
also
the
like,
setting, it is, all those things.
Yeah. and it also like, especially when we wanted to like fuck around with, Fang's like the way that he was created, reading the lore and finding a way that's interesting that mixes well to be able to like have him exist the way he does, and like for it to mesh well with the lore and feel realistic was something that was also important, like personally, that's one of the things that I love the most when we're doing writing stuff is like, okay, I want this thing to happen. How do we make it work in a way that feels like it makes sense for the setting, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, very exciting. Also, I've never had a character have so many fucking siblings.
Yeah.
But I was
that
like,
fun.
it was very fun. I love it so much, actually. It's really enjoyable. Him having 5 brothers is crazy. I love it a lot.
Mhm.
I love him being the little brother to everybody. It is a very fun role to play that I've never played before. But it's definitely like super enjoyable. Actually, in our private game that we played a Girl by Moonlight game, and the character I played then was Atlas, and he had a younger brother. Yeah,
Asshole brother.
no, his brother wasn't an asshole.
He had some complicated stuff going on in his life.
He had a lot of. He was complicated, but it was very fun. They're like kind of tense, but like wanting to recoup relationship, and like wanting to create a relationship together was really beautiful. And I think it made me kind of fall in love with playing like around with like sibling relationships with my characters. Because small spoiler, my next character has a relationship, like a main thing with their like story is going to be a relationship with their sibling. So it's going to be like a motivating factor anyway. And so like I find that very, I don't know, it's something that I've kind of fallen in love with, and like different dynamics of like siblings is fun. Like it's very particular to have a dynamic of like being the youngest brother of 5 brothers, you know, and being trans, like, and the rest of them being cis is very like, it's a very interesting and fun dynamic that I really enjoyed like exploring. I could talk forever, by the way. If somebody else wants to say something, please fucking stop me. I will literally go on until the end of time. If somebody else wants to talk about the
we
character,
don't enjoy it.
listen, I could talk about my character and Vampire the Masquerade and all this shit for ages, but I don't want to hog all the time. Like I want you guys to have. Yeah,
I came prepared with a couple of talking points that I to sort of go into.
Yes, please.
Let's talk a little bit about Christina and Fang and the falling out.
Sure. Yeah. How much do we want to like? I will say, let's be careful because obviously I don't want to reveal stuff too much for next season. So what exactly let's tiptoe around it a little bit, you know. But what is it that you wanted to talk about specifically with that?
Well, the one thing that I wanted to mention is I did seriously consider when it happened rolling it back and saying, I don't like what's going on with this. I want to retcon this. I considered it at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, I arrived at the decision of, no, this is messy. I kind of like
It's
that it
what
was
we
messy.
wanted. It's messy. It's delicious.
Yeah, exactly.
It's messy. It's delicious. This is the shit. I had already come into
This is what we wanted all along.
Yeah.
I kind of came into this expecting that like Christina was not going to have a happy ending on this season.
Mhm. It's a tragedy, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did want to sort of like tee Christina up for a bit of a story of next season about like
I'm so excited. I know you guys have a little bit, and I'm so fucking excited.
Where is she going to land on the scale between monster and person?
Yeah.
You know,
I'm so excited.
I am, lest beast I become. It's like, where is she going to stand on that divide? And I think it played into that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And
but
I think
also, I like the idea that both of them were right in some ways.
Yeah.
And in some ways, both of them were wrong.
It's messy. It's not straightforward, which I think is like kind of our whole antithesis, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Things are messy. They're not always straightforward. Like
it's like I say, life is nuanced.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be 2 seconds. I just gotta go scroll.
Okay.
Self-care.
But also the thing too, I think that's beautiful about like Fang and Christina are such good mirrors to each other, you know? Like, they definitely challenge each other in ways that I think make the story very interesting. Because Fang is the I have never been human, but he also, like, here's the fascinating thing, and like, this is one of those things where, like, when you start making a character, you're not sure what direction you're going to go fully sometimes until you play them for a bit. And for him, where he landed is actually, like, he doesn't actually have a problem with the fact that he's never been human. Right? He embraces the monster. And that was something that actually Kat and I discussed a lot, where I was like, I really want to make it clear that he is the monster and the monster is him. They are one and the same. There is no separation. You know? And Christina is a new fledgling. She is the most human a vampire can be, you know? And so you have a character, and I think this is also, like, what I love was being able to show the complexities of who Fang is. I wanted moments where people were like, oh, Fang, that's fucked up, you know, that he did that, right? Like, I wanted there to be clarity in, like, he is a complex character. He is not always morally one way or another, you know?
Also, I need to take a quick break here.
Okay, it's fine. Me and
I feel like maybe it's time for another bio break.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. If people want to,
because it's
this
like
might be a little longer. It'd be like 10-ish minutes, depending on how long. This takes.
Why don't we do like a 10 or 15-minute bio break before we come back?
Pokey. Yeah. We can totally do that, and we'll come back to talk about Christina and Fang.
Yeah.
Hashtag I'm going to mom you.
Okay, sounds good. We will be right back. Thank you guys for hanging out with us and being patient.
Yeah.
Buffering.
Hello.
Hi, hi.
Hello.
Listen, sometimes your body's got to do what your body's got to do, you know?
Yeah. Especially when other people's bodies get involved.
What did you do? Did you just fuck somebody? Is that what you're implying? Did you go have sex and then come back?
No.
Damn, that was a quick
I did
set.
not have
That
much
was a
riz.
quickie.
Yeah. Just pump and dump her. Saying it the most crude way I
Only with
possibly can.
NFTs.
Hey.
Oh.
Awful. Hate that. But also a. Jesus Christ.
Is it moral to do a pump and dump scheme with NFTs because you screw over a bunch of idiots that like NFTs?
I mean, it's complicated because it's actually funny you mention that because that is something I've thought about. And it's like, it's difficult because it is still people that are like, it doesn't just fuck them
Poor.
over a lot of the times. Like, sometimes these are, yeah, these are not people that are well off,
Mhm.
you know, and we are people that are for the people, you know. So even if I don't like them personally, I still want them to be able to live comfortably, you know. Everybody
It's
I feel
also
like
like
it would-
illegal, technically.
The bigger problem
So-
would be more of the creation of the NFTs than anything.
yeah.
Mhm.
But that aside, what we were talking about before, which we got sidetracked, and then everybody had to piss and shit and come.
Yeah, apparently.
Hey, welcome to the stream.
Azure, I expect several TikToks from this episode.
Oh boy.
Of me saying piss and shit and come. Yeah. Well,
I want a
Should I say-
hyper clip of
Oh.
every time Silver said it this in the past 4 hours.
These
Should I say piss,
captions
shit,
are
and
going to
cum
be
again?
interesting.
are the captions gonna say piss, shit, and come?
No.
Oh, wait, it totally does. Look at that. It says piss, shit, and cum. Although
Oh
it
no,
doesn't...
not those. I meant the
Oh.
ones I make in CapCut.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have to make them safe for
No,
work.
I'm hiding those.
Yeah. Well,
just use the emojis.
yeah. Do piss. Do a little like a water symbol, but like change the color to yellow. So piss. Shit. Do
No,
a
I
little
think-
poop. Do a little poop
I
symbol.
think
That already
instead of
exists.
making it something that rhymes, I think I'll just make it the censored swear words thing.
That
or I'll just put a
works.
caption that says Silver begins potty mouthing.
No, I think I actually, for the sake of accessibility, which of course I'm all the sake of
Silver, I love you to death, but not even the big YouTube channels like directly caption their slurs or like
No,
or
what I'm
not
saying-
slurs, but like the swear words.
No, but what I was gonna say was like just put an asterisk in one of the words. So piss, by the way, piss you don't have to fucking censor. Shit you don't have to censor. Cum you probably
No, you have to censor. You
I
have to,
would
you have to
rather
censor shit because
not.
it's a swear word.
Yeah.
I would rather not gamble any of our accounts based on how YouTube, Instagram, or TikTok is feeling.
No, just
Yeah.
put an asterisk in one of the letters. That will be fine. That's okay. And if it performs really badly, then you can blame me. But try that, and if it doesn't work, then fuck me, I guess. But
Azure, I trust what you want to do. You got this. Do
Well,
you, boo boo.
okay, I will say here's the thing though. The genuine reason why I don't want it to be completely like unclear of what was said is genuinely for accessibility reasons. Like people who are deaf or hard of hearing have the right to hear what we're saying and know what we're saying just as much as hearing people. Like I don't want information to be
Mhm.
blocked off from hearing people. From
I know, but
yeah.
I would rather play it safe with
No, I know.
our accounts.
Well,
but I
that's-
will be careful.
No, but basically what I'm saying is I want you to make sure that they do actually know what we're saying. You can censor it and fuck around with it however you like, but I do want it to be clear to somebody that can't hear it what is being said. You know?
I got you.
Yeah. For like, and that is one of those things where I'm like, I'm putting my foot down a little bit because this is an accessibility issue specifically. So that is a request that how you decide to do it, I don't matter too much, but like you can get creative with it, but I do absolutely need you to not just say like Silver says profanities, because that's not fair to people who are hard of hearing or deaf, you know, to not know what's being said, to being left out of the joke or whatever. Like I don't like that. So Anyway.
Attempting to derail this conversation. What were we talking about?
I think we were talking about actually you and me. We were talking about Christina and Fang's relationship and how they are like good mirrors to each other. You know?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Mr. I have never been human, and Miss, I am brand new to the kindred world.
Miss, I have only ever been human.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it lagging for anybody else, the stream, or just me?
It's difficult to tell for me.
I think it's. I don't have
You'll
any
check?
dropped frames, and I'm at
I mean,
10K.
from my perspective, it's just very delayed.
Okay,
I had
delay
a bit
doesn't
of a
matter,
drop,
but for me,
it looks like it's back up.
for
at
me, it's
10K.
it's like really choppy.
It's also like that for me.
Cat,
but
are
then
you
again, I have,
playing
like,
FF14 in
terrible
the
Wi-Fi.
background while you're streaming?
Not currently.
Cat?
Yeah,
Not currently.
No,
Okay.
currently.
That was a long delay,
That
Cat.
was a
Did you close out of it and then say not currently? Because
No.
I don't know. That pause was definitely enough.
Okay. So, I am eating currently, and so I don't eat into the mic. I put myself on push to talk, and I forgot for a sec.
Gotcha.
All right, I'll believe her this time, begrudgingly.
Did I have 14 open like 5 minutes ago? Yes.
Yes.
All
All right, there we go.
Forget we can see your screen, hon.
Not that
Good
screen
God.
that has the
Okay.
game open, but you do see me looking at FF14 collapse.
But yeah, it might just be the connection in Canada, because if me and Ace are both having the same issue, but you guys aren't, it might be a server issue for Canada for some reason.
I'm not super paying attention to the entire stream, mostly just
what was that?
the chat.
Well, luckily the audio sounds fine. It's just the visuals are a little.
Okay, as long as the
yeah.
audio sounds fine, then that's all that really matters. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on there. Is it Cat's? It might be Cat's connections for some reason.
Okay,
That's
now
actually
it's showing unstable on my.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's showing
unstable.
unstable on my end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I see.
That's what I thought. May I make a suggestion?
Maybe we should raid out before something breaks.
That's
No.
exactly what I was going to suggest.
No, we're nowhere near done. I have
We
We
things
keep
to
getting
say.
sidetracked. That's why.
I have things to say, and I think our chat is enjoying it. So I think people are enjoying it. I think people are having fun, right? You guys don't have to say anything, by the way. You can just keep.
You know what they say? No news is good news.
I'm not.
All
Yeah,
of
I'm
you,
not.
Please validate our feelings. We're
No.
very insecure.
No. Please keep lurking if that's what you prefer to do. We are not. There is no pressure. We've just been yapping away, and I know that some people, especially me, like when I watch streams, I really like just listening, and while I do something else. So, it's perfectly fine if other people are doing the same thing, which I imagine they probably.
The only one where it's an issue is with Cat, because Cat's the one streaming.
Yeah. But I mean, hopefully the connection issue will pass. Like, and also, like, if people can hear us fine, then I guess our visuals being a little fucked up for a little while is probably okay. Actually, yeah, it looks fine now. It passed.
Oh yeah, it's all good now.
Yeah, it's fine. So anyway,
You said you wanted to say things. Please start saying them.
yeah, I was basically more like specifically talking about like Christina and Fang. Like, I really love that we have characters that, one who's been a vampire for a long time, actually his whole life, right? And then we have a character who's brand new, and her morality and what that looks like butting up against Fang's was something that I found really, like, that I really wanted to find very important. Like, the first time you see Fang, like, I think my favorite thing is that the scene where Fang is like calming Christina down, he's speaking to her really gently, and he's being so like considerate, and there for her while she's having a little bit of a panic attack from like flashback to trauma, right? And then literally later within that scene, like they get into the building and everything, and they see that like somebody stole their thing. He then just obliterates a person without a second thought.
Fucking murders a dude.
Yeah, without a second thought, you know? And like that is such a perfect encapsulation of like him as a character, where like there are deep dualities that exist within him, you know? And like one of the things that was important to me too was like showing that he didn't care, you know? He kicked over the body, he was annoyed that they died. He was annoyed about it. Like, that's so fucked up, you know? Like, and that was really important to me to show like he's not like, I think something that I don't like sometimes is when it's like, this guy's a bad guy, but like all he does is good things. So I'm like, you can't just say somebody's a bad guy and then have them be in all of their, like, in words, but not in action, you know? And I wouldn't say Fang's like a bad guy, but he is I also wouldn't necessarily call him a good guy, you know? Like, I think I love morally gray characters. I love morally complex characters. He has a sense of morality, but it's not necessarily the same as like Christina's, you know? And that was something that they actually like kind of had a disagreement about. And Christina tried to bring it up to him. Mm-hmm. And he was very much like, this is the world we live in, you know? And he's not wrong.
Christina's logic in going into that moment was she was doing something that Fang had encouraged her to do, and she got utterly shit on by Fang for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's complicated because, like, there is definitely a difference between killing a human and killing a vampire within the vampire world. You know, just killing a human outright is so fine. It's never an issue, right? But killing a vampire within the vampire world, especially that vampire, has a lot of weight to it, you know? So, like, you know, Christina was focused on just doing one thing within the moment, but of course, like, the reality of it in like the world where like you're integrated within the vampire world, there is a lot of politics involved, right? Which she's still learning. And so that's the part where like she doesn't know the details of it yet. And like no matter what, there's going to be fallout from this, you know? Mm-hmm. Like specifically, especially from her specifically killing Gabriel and him not being able to be brought to like trial and whatever, and like have the political shit happen, you know? This is the main thing, there was no blood hunt signed off for Gabriel. And that's the really big thing to remember, is like her killing her sire, however she killed her sire, which, you know, she diablerized her, was fine because the blood hunt was issued. She was explicitly given permission, kill that fucker, you know? She is to die, but she wasn't given that for Gabriel. So there
was no blood hunt for Sicko.
Yeah, well, that is different because Sicko was a Camarilla, right? Which is different from.
So is Gabriel an anarch or a Camarilla?
Well, he betrayed the anarchs.
Betrayed the anarchs to the Camarilla.
Yeah, so that does make him an enemy. But again, you were still not given permission through a blood hunt, right? Like
that is true.
Yeah.
So I want to do a tiny bit of a pop in.
Sure.
It is as petty as, yeah, but Gabriel was a part of an important, influential family.
Yeah.
That's all. I think Sicko can be fairly simply written off as also a part of the blood hunt on Christina's sire.
Yes.
Yeah, because he was helping her.
The same thing can also be said of Gabriel, because Gabriel was in that coterie.
Absolutely. Yeah. But Gabriel has a name that people recognize, and he was a part of the community.
He's also a lot older, is another thing to remember.
He's also a traitor.
Yep. But this is the thing.
There is going to be several people that are going to be on your side of this, and there's going to be several people that are not on your side about this.
Yeah, it's going to be complicated.
That's what I love about this, is it is so fucking nuanced.
Yeah.
There's so much
it's not
mess
necessarily.
here.
I wouldn't even necessarily call it nuanced. I just would call it petty politics. You know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that's the bread and butter of Vampire the Masquerade, baby.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. And
It's a bunch
I
of
want
people trying to figure out how to justify their opinions that they don't really have a reason to justify.
Yeah. It's all a
also
lot. Yeah.
also I hate to point this out. They fucking blew up Elysium.
That's gonna be
Gotta
crazy.
have some consequences, my dude.
No one has proof it was us. No one.
Yeah. I mean,
They blew up Elysium. What
They don't
the
have
hell?
proof it was us. So, as far as
God.
all the guests are concerned, this was just the Camarilla's fault for throwing a really shitty party.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Also, like, it's complicated because they were doing some illegal stuff, right? Like, they were doing some unsanctioned. Well, there's that, right? There's number one. There's the argument of like they kidnapped a known member of the
Triad.
yeah, of the Anarchs, and even more specifically of the Triad. You know, it's
Mhm.
because Fang is starting to have a name for himself, but it's political wise, it's more about you took the Triad boss's son. You know, so
Favorite son, yes.
and you know it's complicated, right? Because like, and this is also something that I think is interesting, is like that makes like Fang's relationship with his dad a little unique, is like his dad does see Fang differently than his other sires, like, because he is literally his son, very literally, right? So
Mm.
Fang doesn't see a difference between him and his brothers, right? But his brothers on the outside do see and do know that there's a difference between Fang and them and the relationship that they have with his father. Again, I love complicated family shit. It's so juicy, you know? And again, I love playing this strong character that has like these complete blind spots, you know?
These very obvious flaws. Yeah.
Yeah, very obvious flaws, very like I love, and also it's like it was also why like there were a couple of moments where like I had Fang cry, right?
Yeah.
And he's an emotional character when it comes to his family, you know? And I don't know, I just again, he's definitely a favorite character of mine, because playing him killing somebody and it being so nothing, and then you see him crying because of the relationship he has with his brother in another scene is like dynamics, you know? Like he's such a dynamic character, and that's kind of like something that I really adore about playing him. It is emotionally exhausting to play him because he's like so complex. And like, listen, I can cry on command. That is how I was able to do this thing.
I cannot.
Yeah, well, it's fine, right? Listen, we use the powers we have. Like, I have the superpower, the benefit or whatever of being able to cry on command. But it is still emotionally exhausting because I am still making my body actually do that, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine, but I need I need to go. Like, generally after those streams where I've had him have those really emotional moments, I've been like, I need to go fucking nap. Like, I need to go lie down. Like, it took a lot out of me. But I don't know. I love getting into characters to that degree, though, where you're so emotionally
same.
invested with them.
Same.
Yeah. I mean, actually, Mitha, I would love for you to talk a little more about, like, because we all have a very unique, like, relationship to, like, TTRPGs. And I think in particular you have a much more, like, you do a lot of, like, personal exploration and, like, emotional work through TTRPGs. Like, you use it as an emotional regulation, which I find really interesting. Yeah. So if you would love to talk about that, I'd love to. I think that'd be really fascinating for people to hear.
Well, it is something that I find emotionally regulating, but the problem is I can't get it very often to use it as a main emotional regulator.
Yeah.
It does help me process certain things. Like, there was a period in time where I absolutely would not TTRPG play a trans character because I was not at the point where I could handle that.
Mm-hmm.
And that eventually came later.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I was going, there was a period of time when I identified as bi.
Mm-hmm.
And then some friends of mine, real life friends, Kat Smith, one of them, said, "Girl, you're just a lesbian. Just this is just what it is." And it took me a long time to mentally, emotionally process this information and really get used to the idea. And I used playing it as a TTRPG character to help me get used to the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And in that way, it really helps me, it's a direct regulation thing for my office.
Yeah.
I would always like to do more, but I like to make the joke that, the biggest and most dangerous boss in TTRPGs is scheduling, and it's
real.
a 255 super boss.
Yeah, for real. It's probably the toughest part is like scheduling stuff, but
it's it's being social. It's a social activity for me. It's something I do with friends.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's like a very cool thing for us, like, that I think is really beautiful, where we're able to have situations where like we can inject more about our journeys inside of the stories, which I think is kind of the whole point, right? Like, that's why it's Trans XP. It's about being trans and like that journey for us. It's a really major and important part of like our stories and the way that we tell them and everything. Yeah. I don't know. Does anyone else have anything they wanna chat about with it? Like Ace, is there anything you want to talk about more with Kane?
Yeah.
Also, before we move on, we were talking about morality and being a bad guy or being a good guy, and I have one question for you, Silver. In your eyes, would you say that Kane is a good boy or a bad boy?
Oh, I think he's a good boy for Fang.
In bed.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Anyway, move on to your serious thing you're going to say. Yes.
Gotta love it.
But yeah, I mean, in this season, we only got to see like a little bit of Kane. Unless you saw the special episode, then you saw a lot more of Kane.
Oh yeah, you saw a lot more of Kane.
Commission Ace for some more art.
Hey, straight up porn. I mean, genuinely, I would love.
Yeah, I mean, Kane got a little, knotted up, but I guess you can only see that if you sub to the Patreon.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, like I'm really happy, and I'm so glad to be able to not only like share my culture and stuff, but also play as Kane, because I'm on a really big reconnection journey in my like personal life, and when I really got into doing Kane, it really gave me the opportunity to really like go back and connect with my family and with my culture. And I really hope to bring more of that in the second season, hopefully, because right now I'm practicing, or I'm trying to learn some more like the actual like language, Mohawk language, so that I can pull out like some one-liners or some words that are meaningful, as well as like I'm trying to do my best to like memorize stories in my culture, like in Mohawk culture, and like our traditional stories, For example, there's this one story that I'm gonna use for season 2, and it's gonna be like, it's perfect for season 2, but I don't really want to say it because I don't want to spoil it, you know. I'll talk about it like off stream, but there's this one particular story. I'll give a little spoiler. I won't say the story. I'll just tell you what story it is. But it's how the Haudenosaunee Confederacy came together. That story.
Oh, that's cool.
And it works so perfectly with the coterie. So
hell yeah.
That's what I'm kind of basing Kane off. Like that's like the story I'm really gonna base Kane off for season 2 when we get there. But I just love playing him. You know, he's just this masculine like dog who
yeah,
who's like, you know, he I don't know, he's a very I mean, you can probably tell with like the first season, like he very much just, you know, if you mess with things that he cares about, like he's gonna fuck you over. Like he's gonna come at you.
He's so protective. It's so cute.
Yeah, he's so protective. He's so, I like how Kane's so protective, and yet he's still chill with like Fang doing his job. He's like, yeah, no, you do you, boo boo. Just make sure you come home.
yeah. It's very like I know where your bed is. You know where your bed is, kind of thing. Like, you go out, you do the stuff. I think it's the thing too. It's like it's complicated because it's not just like his job in terms of like, because Fang is interesting. He will sometimes personally do the sexual experience curations and him be the main person, but a lot of it is actually him like hiring other sex workers. More specifically, and we mentioned it throughout the series, but I'm going to repeat it anyway. One of the main things that he does is like he actually does it. This is to help his dad. It's kind of this is his job within the Triad, actually.
He's the sex worker. He's the pimp.
More or less, like, well, it's not quite. And the reason I don't say like pimp, like, is because these are people that he knows within the sex scene, within like the BDSM scene, where he'll be like, hey, I know that I have a client that's really into this kink, that I know that you are somebody who practices this. I will hire you for this thing. So it's like on contract work, like it's not, he doesn't have people that he has like constantly on retainer, you know. These are people that like, and he pays well, so people are always happy to work for him, you know. But if they're like, no, I'm not down or I'm not free, then there's no like, it's not a big deal. He just looks for somebody else, right? But he has like a list of people, and he knows practice certain kinks, and basically it's a way of like gaining deals and stuff like that through sexual favors. So essentially like
gaining boons.
Yeah, pretty much, exactly. So he gains them for his father and for the Triad. Like that is like his brothers all have a part of the Triad that they work for, right? Fang's is specifically this. So if somebody comes in and he does the research to find out like, or you know, his father will come to him or one of the members will come to him and be like, this guy is into this sort of thing. And it's like, generally these are difficult kinks to find workers for. Maybe very particular, very specific. You know, some of the people that he's working with are human, and some of them are old ass vampires who've been around the block a minute, you know? And so he finds sex workers that can cater to these kinks. And sometimes it's him. That's rare. He's extremely expensive. But he does it too, right? So I think that's also the thing that's different from a pimp is like, generally a pimp also isn't doing the sex work himself, you know? And it's certainly not contract work in this way. So it's very like particular to like their specific situation. But for Fang, like, yeah, so, but it's not just basically what I was getting at, getting a little sidetracked, but basically what I was getting at was that is the work side, but it's more than just that. There's also the political side. For example, he will sleep with, like he was flirting with Rashid, right? If sleeping with Rashid got him a political connection, he will do that. So it's his work, like it goes beyond just his actual like sex work, like organization stuff, but also like the political side of being a vampire, the cultural side of being a vampire and what that means, and like the political machinations and the political drama that happens. Like one of his most powerful and his most like strong abilities is his ability to get things through sex and through what's the word I'm looking for? Seduction. And so it's, yeah, but ultimately, like, he's not opening his heart to these people, you know? And Kane is
Just
the only
the
one
Kane.
yeah. Yeah. It's just Kane. So there's like that difference, right? Which I think, like, again, this is another instance of like us personally as people bringing our personal beliefs and our personal experiences into stories. Like, I'm polyamorous, and so for me, like, I have many different types of relationships with people. I can have a romantic relationship, but I can also have a relationship where we're just fucking around and having sex and it's fun, you know? And it doesn't have to be more or less than that. So I have a lot of varying different types of relationships, and the way that I see relationships in general is very relationship anarchy, which, if you're not familiar with that, it's essentially like you kind of pick and choose. Like there's automatic, like within cishet society, there's assumptions about, you know, what relationships look like. So like friendships, for example, are expected to look like something, and then acquaintances look like something, and then, you know, dating looks like something. Like there's expectations that come with it. But relationship anarchy means like you decide for yourself what those relationships are. For example, us as a group, we're friends and business partners, right? So that is the thing that, like, that is an additional commitment that we have to each other, is not just friendship, but also this group, right? So those are two things that aren't necessarily in like a typical friendship. You know, you're not, you know, my friend that I hang out with in person, I'm not also a business partner with them, like I am with this group here, with all of us, right? And that same way, you can be friendship friends with somebody and also sleep with them. Anyway, it's just like you decide what the commitments are. In that same sense, it's like, for example, you can buy a house with a friend rather than like with your romantic partner. Like basically, it's saying fuck the rules, do whatever you want. And so Fang kind
relationship anarchy.
Yeah, and that's kind of what it is. That's why, like with Fang, it's kind of the same thing, where it's like I had him. He practices that, if you will, where like not like in words. I don't know if he even knows that. Well, he probably does. He's in the kink scene. But he hasn't said it or anything, but like that is how he operates, right? Where it's like his relationships are what they are. His commitments to each other, to each individual person, is different. And he doesn't put barriers of like, oh, we have to do this or we have to be this way because we called ourselves friends or we called ourselves lovers or whatever, you know? But yeah. I told you guys, I can talk for ages about anything.
but in this case, there was a specific question for us to answer.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
Can vampires have STDs?
STIs?
I don't know, Kat. That's a question for Kat.
Can vampires have STIs?
STDs, STIs. Yeah.
Off the top of my head, and I say this also as something that's always very clearly something I've already said, is like,
Dove, are you in here? You'd know.
I think Dove is
asleep. Yeah.
Yeah, Dove might be passed out.
My guess would be not human related ones, no.
Okay.
Because essentially there is not really a body. It is simply a sack of blood like a water balloon that is shaped like a human.
Lovely. What a lovely description.
What about like magical weirdness though?
I could absolutely see magical STIs existing within Vampire the Masquerade.
Our new hack, Vampire the Masquerade STIs.
That absolutely sounds like some Thin Blood alchemy went horribly wrong.
Yes.
I have no desire. to play around with that personally. But listen, Kat, if you decide you want to do some fuck shit, I guess we could talk about it. God.
Yeah. I was just thinking
I am
about
also
it 'cause
not
of
interested in
fangs.
vampire STIs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Part of
It just
the
gave me-
appeal, I think, for y'all is making it like a little horny and a little sexy, and that just feels like the exact opposite.
Yeah, I was just
Sexy
thinking about it 'cause
STIs.
I just think about it because of how much Fang needs to, get around.
Fuck. Yeah, oh my god.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I think that the clear logic is think about it like any two animals interacting with each other. Like, there's most STIs, most infections, most diseases only work inside of the body of an animal or whatever that has the similar enough anatomy or like cells that infection or bacteria or whatever can infiltrate or understands how to. These things aren't very intelligent, and they can rapidly mutate, and that's how we get cross species. That's how we get the bird flu and etc., etc., etc. It can happen with you, but like the way that now that I'm thinking about it, vampire AIDS has to exist somewhere.
I hate that.
I hate it so much, but knowing when the book was written, especially the first source books, I have this sneaking suspicion that there's something to do with vampire AIDS that exists.
No, I don't want that. Hate that idea, actually. I don't know. I was just like, they can't get sick. So to me, it was very simple of like, oh, well, they can't, like, a vampire can't simply get cancer. So I'm like, well, then they can't get STIs. They can't get sick. Like, that's not really how it works. So
I don't know. Hey, the wolf.
you cut out. I don't know what the fuck you said, buddy.
Damn, we lost him.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
Ace is gone.
What?
There,
what?
now I
What?
hear you.
Now we can hear you.
Oh.
You cut out, bud.
Hey, what's up?
God.
Yeah, I was just saying the puppy wants to be safe. That's all.
Oh, yeah.
It is. I would worry more about like blood bonding.
All right.
Yeah.
Good news.
Yeah.
Or bad news.
Oh.
Oh.
There is a flaw called disease carrier.
Okay.
Your blood carries a lethal and highly contagious disease. The disease can be anything from rabies to HIV, and the kindred who drink your blood have a 10% chance of becoming a carrier as well. You must spend an extra blood point each night on awakening, or you will begin manifesting symptoms of the disease.
I hate that you were right. There is a fucking HIV. God damn.
So,
God.
I also something that I think it depends on the edition, but I think it's also like the main risk is the people around you, not necessarily yourself. It's like you can very easily spread this to other humans, but it's a lot harder because your vampireness protects you to some extent from showing the symptoms of disease. Yeah.
God, I hate that, but also okay.
Just muzzle the dog, muzzle Kane. I think that'll just protect him.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, but I guess like blood bonding, though, you're right, is I guess the closest thing that like kind of sort of relates to that.
I lost friends during that era.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna point that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like we talked about before, like you lived through that.
Yeah, I lived
Which is why
through
it's
it.
like, yeah. Which is why it's
And
like.
you want to know what the worst part is?
Mm.
I lost just about as many to anti-trans hate violence as I did to the disease.
Jesus, damn.
I mean, the thing that's they're one and the same, right? Because the legislation was not like there was no legislation passed. They just let them kill people, and so it was it was the same cause, right? They didn't do anything until it started affecting cishet people.
I feel like we are getting off topic of the game again.
That's
relevant,
true.
though.
But to look at current 5e, there are 2 flaws that relate to this. There's disease vector. When feeding from a sick mortal, the illness is always contracted and will be passed on to the next vessel.
Oh god, okay.
And plague bringer. The kindred carries a disease that cannot be removed from their vitae. At 1 dot, the disease is minor with visible traces, and at 2 dots, the disease can be potentially fatal if not treated. If it is passed through the bite.
Lovely.
Fang, don't get sick.
That don't worry, that's not.
He does
I don't
not have
know
those
that,
things. His disability is different.
Yeah, his disability is already fucking disabling enough. All right, we're not
Yeah.
adding. This is the thing too. Actually, this is something that me and Kat talked about a little bit. Is like when you're creating characters, people worry about like characters being OP, but sometimes I do shit like what should I do with Fang, where I'm like, oh, I might have made him so impaired that he's gonna drag down the rest of the team, which is also something you don't want, you know. So his disability is pretty punishing, but I was like, we'll play it out, and if it becomes a problem where he's bringing people down too much, we'll adjust it. But that's one of the things that like I think people don't consider sometimes is like you can also make a character too underpowered, you know. But Fang is at a point where like I think it's relatively balanced, which is always a struggle. You know,
I think
especially when
Fang
you're
is
doing-
incredibly balanced, all things considered.
Yeah, no, I think he's pretty balanced now, and that was part of why we gave him an advantage to. It was kind of a mirror or a companion to his disability. It's not like a super incredibly strong one, but it is still pretty like it feels like something, you know, that I feel like helps balance out a little more, because we actually made his disability worse later, which I don't remember what the change was, but we did make it worse.
Fang also has a natural access to 2 clans' disciplines,
Yeah,
which
so,
is in
you know,
itself pretty powerful.
yeah. So that, you know, it was a very much like, especially with how much fuck shit I was doing, it was very much a like balancing game of making sure that he was balanced.
He had a flaw that matched his overpowered origin.
Yeah, like something that, you know, again, game wise, wanting to make it feel like things were balanced and made sense, and weren't like too easy or too difficult. But also like something that was interesting is like some of his biggest flaws are not even like his physical stuff. It's his fucking personality. like the fact that like he's so trusting of his brothers no matter what was really what did him in, you know, like truly.
Yes, it
Like,
was.
it's truly like his biggest weakness, you know, is the weakness of like him having such unlimited and unconditional love for his family, is one of a very big flaw of his. But this is the thing, right? Like, as if Kat felt like I was doing shit or we were doing shit where my character ended up too powerful or too underpowerful, like we would have that discussion. And so I'm not too worried about, because sometimes I like doing fuck shit and I'm like, I don't want to fuck shit up too much in one direction or the other, you know. So how do we make it balance? And some of it helps that like some of it isn't even like necessarily like mechanics, but it's just him as a character will fuck his own shit up, which I think comes from trust, right? Like Kat knows that I'm not going to try to make a character that's OP, you know. Like I'm not vying to make an OP character. That's never something I'm aiming to do. I just care about telling an interesting story, you know. And so having like an interesting, so like sometimes I will throw some crazy shit at her, and she'll just listen and go, "Oh, that's interesting." And eventually I'll rein myself back in. Like, I was literally there at one point. I was literally telling Kat, I was like, what if, like, we entirely rewrite the history of what Cain is? And I don't mean Cain as in our puppy here. I mean Cain as in the Cain of, like, Cain and Abel from the stories, right? Which is, like, a huge thing for VTM. I was like, what if, like, I was getting really, like, what was the word? Like, not experimental, but very, like,
high concept.
High concept. Yeah, I was getting really high concept. I was like, what if we just all this stuff? And Kat was like, okay. She like listened to me through it, but then I like reined myself back in at the end. I was like, okay, maybe that's a little too much.
And like the type of thing is just like that is work you can do, and I think that's work that could be valuable, but it's like how much of that will affect the story really, and how much of that is like necessary. And you know, if are you wanting me to do that work? Are you going to do that work yourself? Like, there's lots of, you know, ups and downs with that.
Yeah, there's pros and cons, and also like in the end, like you said, like really it was like, and this is a problem that I have. So I'm a writer, like I write stories and stuff like that, and something that I have a problem with sometimes is like reining myself in. Like I get really grandiose ideas, and when you're writing a book, something that I've learned, especially after writing my first one, was like, you need to downscale. Start smaller, you know? And that applies to this too, you know? Although I think we covered a lot of ground in 20 episodes. But I think like, even that it's like, okay, are we gonna go like our focus has been on like this very specific conflict between the has been like specifically the Triad, and then more like larger than that the Anarchs, and then now like it's the Anarchs versus the Cameralids versus Montreal versus New York, right? Is what we've come to. And with my idea, it was getting like the world, which was a little too much. It's like, you know, it was a little, it's like, you scale back. Like, I zoomed out too much. I'm like, all right, bring the focus back in. That's into like what happens sometimes when you're trying to like conceptualize stuff and come up with interesting like things that can happen and whatnot. And also like, it's still all, what's the word? RP? No. Spontaneous. You know the word I'm looking for.
Improv?
Improv, yes. It's all still improv, you know, so there's also stuff where it's like, you don't actually really know what's gonna happen. You know, you can have all these relationships set up and whatnot, but like, sometimes things that you thought were gonna come up just don't, you know? Mm-hmm. So especially if I had made something huge and crazy and a little bit cuckoo, it's like, okay, how much of that would have even really shown up, and how much of that would have shown up enough that like it would have made sense to an audience, especially when you get really high concept, you know? It's like, okay, I had to like chillax, but yeah. Anyway, and anyone else want to talk about stuff?
My read on the situation is that everyone has hit a little bit of their social battery.
Yeah. I've hit my limit here.
And I can keep talking for 3 hours, but that's a me problem.
You can always like go over to your own stream and like do that.
Look,
No,
if you
it's
want
too-
us to raid into your channel so you can continue yapping,
No,
I'm more than happy to.
No, it's 11 and my throat hurts, even though like my brain is like still going.
Not for the usual reasons.
Hey, you say that like I've ever sucked dick. I sucked it once and I went, not for me. I will post I have somebody that I think we can raid that I think is great.
Okay.
This
You can also just type
person is
/raid.
Oh, whoops, I forgot I can do that. But this person, I'll talk about them a little bit. Recently DM'd this person, and we've been chatting a little bit, and we've been trying to get a time to like actually talk properly. They're an anarchist VTuber, and they specifically, one of the reasons why I was like, I think they're perfect to to raid is they've been talking about like on TikTok they were talking about the whole censorship problem, which God, that would have been something to talk about. But anyway, obviously with our content and like us being very pro fiction, pro problematic fiction, like that's kind of a whole thing. But this person was very much like, hey, you have to be okay with, yes, even fiction that makes you uncomfortable and that you think is icky. You know, that is also worth like existing and stuff like that and worth protecting. And so we're very much on the same wavelength with that, which is why I was like, it feels like their values align with us. I don't know them super well yet, but their vibes seem good. And we've been DMing a little bit. So I'm hoping that I can get to know them a little bit better. But yeah, I think they're a great person to raid for that reason. I think their community would probably like our shit, and I think our community would like their shit.
Awesome. Raid away,
they use
KatNBows.
he, they also. Oh, right, I have to do it. But yeah, they're currently doing a partner push, which is like, oh, this is like perfect time. We can contribute to their partner push. /raid. Raid, Alt V. Nope, that's not how you do it. I don't know. We'll find out.
I stubbed my toe on my own desk.
Ooh,
Oh no.
Brilliant.
all right.
Is that-
Oh, it is.
Oh really? Do you know them?
I like them. Yes, I know them.
Oh. How do you know him?
Long story. Let's read.
Okay, yeah, we'll chat after about it. But yeah, give them lots of love. Demand that they give you blood, and you know,
Go in there and say the words bark, bark, bite, bite.
bark, bark, bite, bite,
Bark, bark,
bark,
bite,
bark,
bite.
bite, bite. Give me your blood. I think that's fun.
Yeah, bark, bark,
I
bark,
mean,
bite, bite.
in the meantime, drink some water, eat some food, and get some rest. And we'll see you all very soon, hopefully.
Yeah,
week.
next Friday.
All right, that's
Next
the right-
Friday.
Yes.
Yep. Next Friday for our fundraising stream. Please be there, please. At least just to watch. It's okay if you don't have the coin. If you just want to watch and enjoy, or just share with people that you know. That means the world to us. Okay.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye. Sayonara.
I'll just keep cracking my joints while the mic is still open.
All right. We have raided, baby. All right, Kat,
Yeah.
I need you to tell them who we are and what we do.
Why do I have to?
Or someone.
Aren't you the one that is the thing? Don't you know something? I don't know. I could. Here, let me do it. Okay. Why didn't it read me out? Ugh. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.